and featuring Max Sand.
Why do they make these things upside down? Why? Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Ew, a spider! Why do they make them upside down? Why? Why the fuck do they build trailers with these fucking things upside down? They're all over my goddamn place and they're upside down! Why don't they make them right side up? Why? Ew, a spider!
Shut up, Max. Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max. Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max! Internet scumbag!
I never leave the mind of the people I taunt over the years, so I'm gonna be in your head forever.
Internet scumbag!
That's all you fucking do is you sit online every fucking day watching other people's videos and fucking commenting, blah, blah, blah. You pause the videos and say, oh, what's this in the background? What's this in the background? What is that over there? You're a fucking creep.
Internet scumbag!
Because dummies, don't you freaking realize that if you don't put your phone in the fridge, that it gets too hot and it won't fucking charge? You gotta be thinking about these things, right?
Internet scumbag!
You gotta be thinking about these things, right?
Internet scumbag!
You gotta be thinking about these things, right?
Shut up, Max!
You gotta be thinking about these things, right?
Why do they build these things upside down? It is absolutely fucking retarded! Why do they make them upside down? Why? Why the fuck do they build trailers with these fucking things upside down? They're all over my goddamn place and they're upside down! Why don't they make them right side up? Why? It's absolutely fucking retarded! Retarded! It's absolutely fucking retarded! Retarded! Ew, a spider!
Shut up, Max. Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max. Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max!
Shut up, Max.
Shut up, Max! Internet scumbag!
Let me try that one more time, Sam. Hi, I'm Max Sand. This is the Cringe Coffee House. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Cantwell's gay!
Yay!
Oh, I guess yay for 23-year-old twinks? I don't know. But I did call it in 2015. So you might be asking yourself, what the fuck's a Cantwell? And good question. A Cantwell is a mythical creature from the forests of Keene, New Hampshire that goes creating misery wherever he may find himself and really, really likes two things, Sam. Two things. Meth and gay butt sex. That's a Christopher Cantwell. Also famously known as the Crying Nazi of Charlottesville. Also famously attacked me in 2016? 2015, 2016, went after my family And then we went back at him, and that caused him to get a meth habit, end up in jail, and be gay. Actually, he was gay before that, which I said. I did say that.
So this is like a 10-year anniversary then, basically.
Yeah, but for Cantwell, it's almost like a 30-year anniversary of his homosexuality, and he decided to celebrate it by coming out publicly on the Kiwi Farms. Well, actually on Telegram, but it's we're going to use the Kiwi Farms one for my convenience. I have read through all of it, but then we're also going to, Sam, did you know that Cantwell, I always said one thing about Cantwell. Well, two things about Cantwell. Two things I said about Cantwell, Sam. That he's very gay and that he's a good writer. Sam, would you believe he put those two things together? He wrote a short story about fucking a guy in the ass, and we're going to read it live tonight. Yay!
Of course,
and
being the smut writer, I had to be here for this.
Well, and I mean, yeah, you're the smut author, and like I'm the published like thriller author,
right? And so you're gonna have
to. You and me are gonna tag team this shit.
We're gonna have to have a full on. I'm a professional reader, so we're gonna review. It's a little bit of a Cantwell's homosexual book club, and we're gonna read that. But first, we gotta get how are we here. So I'm gonna read through his essay on Sam, not only that he's coming out as gay, not only that he might have AIDS, not only has he been gay since he was 14 years old, but also he's not gay.
Are you ready for the mental gymnastics for that one?
I mean, I've only had like 2 beers tonight. I'm not drunk enough to.
Well, I hope you're not a 2-beer queer, because we're about to get really queer up in here talking about Cantwell.
I mean,
I know. I put the show on YouTube because I was like, my old heads, my old school heads will probably tune in if they see Chris Cantwell is gay. So I had to put this up on YouTube. But I'm going to tell you right now, YouTube audience, if you're the hardcore Cringe Coffee House faithful, we're probably going to get banned tonight. Join us over on Kick at kick.com/MaxSand30. Join us over on Rumble at RTO Media is the channel. Join us on X at BlameMaxSand. I stream right there. That's the most convenient one for most people. And we're going to be in all of those places. So if it gets so gay that YouTube decides that we're too gay for them tonight, Sam, I've been making a joke about fucking a podcast called Gay Pornography for months. This is my penance.
Yeah.
I brought this on myself. I memed Cantwell's homosexual pornography as my own punishment. And so we're going to go. We're going to the Cringe Coffee House. Oh, boy, I got my coffee, Sam. You better believe I got my coffee, because the cringe will be strong. I've already read some stuff, Sam. What do you know about the smell of cum? Never mind.
Oh, God.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, you don't. I don't have a good answer for that.
There isn't one. You just have to witness and be in awe. So yes, Christopher Cantwell is the person I am discussing. He's most famous as the crying Nazi of Charlottesville, where they had that rally. You remember, we mentioned it briefly on the show because Charlie Kirk said it was stupid. And Chris Cantwell kind of is why he's proven right in that. He said, TPUSA, don't go to this stupid event because there's crazy guys going to be there that'll do stupid things. And here comes Chris Cantwell as if on command to not only be a Nazi, but a closeted gay Nazi. Could he be more of a trope, Sam?
Well, Max, I mean, I think we've proven over and over again, both like on the Filter Report and on various RTO streams, that Nazism and Nazism is gay.
Every fucking time there's a guy's an actual literal Nazi, he's also a homosexual man.
Right, yeah.
What are the fucking odds of that? The only time you'll find like a Nazi who's not gay is it's one of those ironic, like he got called a Nazi so many times. He's like, yeah, I'm going to post a swastika meme. That guy might not be gay, but the ones that are like, yeah, I'm really into like National Socialism. It's like, dude, you're into butt sex is what you're into. Let's be real. You are into man love. That's what you guys do at your meetings. That's why you're all secretive about it.
Well, that's
Prove
why.
me wrong, Nazis. Show me a straight Nazi.
Well, like they
Richard
love.
Spencer?
Well, like they're really obsessed with what
Nick
with like.
Fuentes?
Well, they're really obsessed with like wearing like skin tight leather too.
Well, they're obsessed with fashion in general. What man is obsessed with fashion that's not gay?
Didn't Nick Fuentes say that it's gay to have sex with women?
He did. He said it's gay
Yeah.
to have sex with women. It's gay to marry women. And it's gay to date women. And it's not gay to have sex with a man.
Can I just say that we should not be excited that like, oh, we've got Nick Fuentes. Nah, he's like the complete opposite of Charlie Kirk. So also he bashed the fucking shit out of Charlie.
Well, I was explaining to
mean-
you earlier today, you're like, how could they think that the shooter might have been a gripper? And I said, well, because initially, when you ask the question of who really hated Charlie Kirk, the first name that comes to mind isn't anyone on the left, it's Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, not just that. If I may interject with like a personal story, like I actually had friends,
Not that I think he had anything to do with it, but it is a reasonable question.
right, it totally is, and I actually had friends who ran Turning Point chapters who were doxxed and harassed by not Antifa, not by the left, but by groypers.
Right.
Why? Because they were associated with Turning Point.
Because
And-
they're carrying the torch for Cantwell. He talks about this in his article. You remember the alt-right, Sam?
Oh yeah.
What a dead and buried ancient fucking thing, huh? Well, Cantwell thinks it's the center of the universe. And so that's what this story is about. So let me give the little preface. Cantwell was recently arrested. I did streams on all of this. If you want more deep backstory, I talk about my whole history with him on a 9-hour stream. It's called Cringing over Cantwell. It's one of the best streams performing I've done this year, so a lot of them may have seen it.
I kind of went off on Cantwell in that one. Felt kind of good.
Well, it was the first time she ever got to say her piece on it, so check that one out if you haven't already. We did a sequel when he got arrested for methamphetamine possession, allegedly, although there's no record of this. I'll get into that. And he also definitely, there is a record that he got arrested for strangulation in some type of fight with a roommate. And so I did a little follow-up on that, but there wasn't any information. So I said, you know what? When his next big court thing happens or something comes out, I'm going to do Cringing over coffee. Now, this week, I've been a little busy. As of you, Sam, we've done a couple streams. What happened with the murder of Charlie Kirk will obviously change plans and things, the way people are thinking about things. But while that was going on, and I don't want to harp on that because that's a sad thing, and we're here for something funny. Another thing was happening on Kiwi Farms unrelated, and Chris Cantwell had been posting to his Telegram, apparently from jail or a rehab program or something like that. And he posted 37 pages of a story that basically equates to him admitting he's been hooking up with men on Grindr for at least 10 years. He's escalated that behavior in recent years. He's gotten STDs from men. He takes PrEP so that he doesn't get AIDS. Actually, I made the joke Cantwell has AIDS. I don't think he said he has AIDS. I think he says he's taking drugs because he's probably going to get AIDS. And he does also, he says that he's being charged for up to an ounce of methamphetamines. But again, I cannot find court records that corroborate this meth charge. So either it's being withheld for some reason by the courts, which usually would indicate some type of federal investigation, which is very possible in this case because he crossed state lines, or there is no charge. And then what the fuck is he even doing? Where is he? He says he's in jail. There is a record he's in jail, but there's no charge listed. It's been since June. So I was like, what's up? And they were like, oh, there's this essay coming out from Cantwell. And I'm like, I'll check that out. We did the show about Charlie Kirk. It was an emotional couple days. I finally get around to it towards the weekend. And I'm like, okay, what's up with Cantwell? Let me check this out. And it's the gayest thing I've ever seen. Sam, he not only published a short story, like I said, but he published something else that we're not going to be partaking in any way, shape, or form, which is actual audio recording he made of him having sex with a man and commentating it and talking about the Jews.
That whole
Verify
idea.
his gayness, Sam. He needed to tell everybody how gay he was, and they wouldn't know. But he can't have he can't show a video because then people might see his misshapen penis, which, yes, is going to relate to the story. By God. And that's where we are. So there was this crazy homosexual Cantwell drop, and I had to cover it, but I needed some time to process. But here we fucking are, and we're going to process, Sam. Are you ready to process some homosexual degenerate behavior? We're going to analyze it. We're going to process it. We're going to review it. I hope we don't make the audience vomit. I almost vomited.
Well, as long as we analyze it instead of, analyze it, we're good.
Damn you, Samuel.
Just for him.
Ow.
Well, it was worth it. So, yeah, I am gonna start with where is my Kiwi Farms thread? So he dropped them in these big, long, dramatic essays, and I'm gonna start from the beginning as I can, and just read the descent into homosexuality that is the life of Christopher Cantwell. And I'll pause for you guys' comments as we go, eventually getting to his gay porn book. So, any questions up to this point? Are we on the same page here?
I do have one question, and if it messes up the order of things, don't answer it yet, and just let me know. But so did he write this book while he was in prison?
Okay, so it does answer within the text, but I will answer that as well. So he claims he did not have any gay sex in prison. Not even going to comment on what I think of that. And he says that after he got out of prison, it's actually the point of the story. The story he wrote is called Saving Myself for Marriage, Kinda. And by kinda, he means he just fucks a guy in the butt, so he kind of still is, He's kind of still saving it, He's kind of still saving it. He spent a little bit of it in that guy's butt, but anyway, he breaks a girl's heart, is how it starts. He's a very sympathetic main character, this gay man, and he really loves her and he wants to marry her, but he fucks up the relationship. And then he gets locked up, goes to jail for a period of time. It's clearly not autobiographical at all, Sam. And so when he gets out of jail, he tries to re-hook up with that girl. But she's like, no. And so he's all sad and shit. And he doesn't want to get hurt. So he doesn't want to get involved with women. But he's cheap. So he doesn't want to pay for prostitutes. So what is a gentleman to do when he's horny and won't pay for a prostitute? Sam, he gets on Grindr apparently and goes and has sex with men. And that's straight. That's the Cantwell story anyway.
So he's not even going to go look at porn like a porn site or anything like that.
No, beating off is just, he can't do that. I mean, come on.
He literally calls it masturbating with another man.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it's the same thing. It's just, he's like masturbating with another man using his mouth and butthole.
Okay.
Not gay.
Not at all.
He's a straight guy. It's just that gay guys love sucking his dick. We'll get there. Let me bring it up, actually, so we can all read along together and scar ourselves for life as one. You know, an entity that is one with all of us. And yeah, so here we go. I mean, if you want to take a crack at reading any of it, Sam, feel free, but I'm going to do my best here. It is, my screen is a little far away, so forgive me, but quote, I've put this off quite long enough. In October of 2023, I started using Grindr to meet men for sex on a regular basis. Sam, we're 2 sentences in. Do you have any thoughts?
Gay?
Gay?
Same.
I don't want to promote or normalize this behavior. I don't recommend that anyone try it. Yeah, except that he writes at great length about how pleasurable it is for him. But anyway, I don't recommend that anyone try it. I'm only telling you this because it interacts with the story I've been struggling to tell you. I decided years ago that I was not going to talk about my sex life in public because it had negative effects on my relationships with women. I certainly had no desire to announce this shit publicly. Why not? You're doing it now. But it turns out my enemies have known about this for a long fucking time. Prior to Charlottesville even. This detail will shed light on a number of events over the last 8 years. I specify, quote, on a regular basis. Because 2023 was not the first nor the 6th time I had done this. My first sexual contact with a man was when I was between the ages of 14 and 16. See, right here, Cantwell, you on the phone one time, I literally played that clip the last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I expressed that Ian Freeman was a victim and that it is not okay to defend your victimization when you are the victim of pedophilia like that. It's not going to be healthy for you. And this man sat there and said, I know what you mean, buddy. Yeah, I really get it. Ian's off the deep end. Well, now he's saying he enjoyed sucking dick when he was underage. He enjoyed being molested, so it's okay. So again, he's promoting fucking pedophilia. He couldn't be more of a degenerate if he fucking tried. Sorry. That's really his claim to fame. Anyway, I'll reread this because the context matters. The whole paragraph, I would say. So let's go back. My first sexual contact with a man was when I was between the ages of 14 and 16. I don't quite recall. It was probably a crime at the time, but I wasn't about to report it as one because I literally asked for it.
Aye.
Cope.
I'm
But he's
sorry.
not gay.
I'm sorry, like, just saying the words out my mouth made me a little ill.
That's like hardcore copium, if I've ever heard.
So, if you're out there and you're a person like me who has a heart, look, I don't like Christopher Cantwell. He did awful things to me and such, but I do express my honest and sincere, prayers for the things that happened to him. It explains now that he was molested, why he manifests these behaviors.
Well,
But it doesn't make it okay, Sam, that he goes around being this strange, degenerate motherfucker.
sure. Well, it doesn't make it okay, but like, I mean, thank God I was never, I was never molested as a kid. But I know people who were, unfortunately, and I do think that screws with people's, like, it changes who you are, like, for the rest of your life.
Are you aware of the Ian Freeman thing I'm talking about, Sam? Because I feel sometimes that people miss context because I just gloss over things.
I don't know really even who, like, Ian Freeman is, other
Okay,
than...
so Ian Freeman's the host of a show back in the day called Free Talk Live. It was a libertarian podcast type deal, but it was on the real radio. And
Right.
he would let people call in and talk about whatever. That's where I first encountered Dave, actually.
I have heard of Free Talk Live. I didn't know that Ian was the host. Okay, so...
He's the founder as well. He's like, it's basically his show from top to bottom. And
Okay.
he and Cantwell are bosom buddies, let's just say. The odds that they slept together are very high. But I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just saying that would make a lot of sense with them
Sure.
both now being gay and they love each other very much. As bros, though, totally. And so Ian put Cantwell on the radio show, which is where he had first got, like, attention. And he said, oh, see, I'm on YouTube and I definitely don't want to say what he said. But he said, shut up, N-word, to somebody on Twitter, and thus caused him to get fired from the show. That he used that as a vehicle on his platform to be like, I'm just a free speech guy or whatever. And he was kind of, I'll say, when I first found him, he was kind of funny because he was doing this like, I'm a degenerate drunk. My life is all fucked up. Ha ha. And I was like, yeah, ha ha. At a certain point around this time with Ian Freeman, he decided that, no, actually, I'm really fucking cool. Actually, I'm the best person. Actually, everybody wishes they were me. Actually, I'm kind of like a messianic figure. And that made him not funny to us, so we started making fun of him, and then he attacked my family. So that's kind of the trajectory there. Now, Ian Freeman is related to this because famously, Sam, maybe I should pull the call up. Have I ever showed you the call of me talking Ian Freeman talking about age of consent, which started all of this, started my online political discourse.
I believe I saw it in the last Cringe Coffee House you did with him that was like...
Yeah. So the short version of that is he says that any child can consent to sex with any adult because the government is bad, man. And I said that, as well as other callers before me had all made the case, that you're just coping, Ian. You were a victim of child abuse, child molestation, and you're just kind of trying to find a way to justify it so that you aren't a victim, to take your power back. Maybe instead of telling people that this should be illegal behavior, maybe you should get some therapy. But I digress.
Yeah.
Cantwell at the time expressed to me to be on the same side of the question. So it's interesting now, the revelation being is that he also is a defender of him being molested. He literally just defended his own molestation in that. It's sad. It's pathetic. And we're going to see where it develops to. But I wanted to take a moment here to show humanity to this man that I hate and say, this is terrible that happened to you, Cantwell, and you shouldn't. I don't think you've processed it correctly. But that's just my opinion. Obviously, you're doing really well with your fucking taking prep and, your prison and all that. So what do I know? Anyway.
Well, you are just an internet scumbag, Max.
That's right. I just look at what you post on the internet and I say, what's this over here? What's that over there? Anyway. That was page 1, Sam. What a wild ride. Just want to take that one in. I didn't even realize that. That was page 1. Oh, let me just give me a second here. Yeah, it gets worse. If you are not in for hearing about the details of hardcore homosexual behavior, you've been warned. Sam, you need to see this. Otherwise, you're not going to understand reality. Anyway.
Yeah, I heard that something else this week.
That's
that
right. If you don't watch gay pornography on a loop, then you're not gonna understand how bad things really are. Anyway, sparing the details for now. Sparing the details for now. I was disgusted by the experience back then and concluded it wasn't for me. I wasn't attracted to men. I didn't have sexual fantasies about men. I did pretty well with girls, for that matter. I've never heard so much cope in one refrain in my life.
yeah.
I already read this and I'm stunned, Sam. Sam, is this real?
Are
we really in the real reality? I don't know. Maybe I need to watch a bunch more of this objectionable material. I'm sorry. I'm really hammering home a point that nobody but me and Sam is going to get. So
And me.
Yeah. Before I continue to bury a dead horse, let's move on. And then I got to move on to that. But I wanted to get off now, and unless you're paying for it, women don't just show up whenever you want them to. There's a lot of investment involved. He's gay because he's cheap, Sam.
Well, like I said before, for God's sakes, at worst, House Magazine is $5.
Yeah, but it doesn't have twinks in it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I keep forgetting I'm a straight dude. So yeah, I want to.
Yeah, you're a straight dude, exactly like Chris Cantwell, who is also a straight dude.
Well.
According to him.
According to him.
Well, okay, hold on. If according to him, he's a straight dude, then I'm able-bodied, Max.
Have you ever at any point walked?
With crutches.
It doesn't matter. You walked. Yeah, you are as able-bodied as he is heterosexual, because at some point he has been with a woman. He was at least, I think he was with exactly 6, because that's how many abortions he's responsible for. So he had to get his evil out with women first before he went full homosexual.
Yeah, well, I mean,
attacked me as a father, Sam, when he used to tell stories about how proud he was about forcing 6 women to have abortions. Huh? What a role model. I love how people actually there's 5 guys that look up to this piece of shit.
Well, I mean, being pro-abortion is pretty fucking gay too.
Oh, well, that's when he was unenlightened, stupid guy. Now he knows better, so he's going to tell us about all the degenerate shit he did so that he can lead us to be better people. And what it actually is, Sam, anytime somebody does it to this level, what it actually is his fetish is getting off on us knowing this shit, which is why me even doing this, I had a question on whether I should, but basically I kind of have to because of the position that I'm in.
That's what she said.
I mean, I'm here for it.
Well, it is funny, but there is a level of I know, and he won't admit it because he's still saying he's like a normal person, right? We'll get into it. He goes into a long essay about why he is straight, even though all this stuff. And what do you even say to this? How do you... You can't unsuck a dick, Chris. You're at least bisexual, but he says bisexual isn't real.
Yep.
And that he likes And he says he doesn't fantasize about men, but he wrote a story about fucking a twink. That's the definition of a fantasy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just rambling at the insanity of all of this, Sam.
Well, and Max, like,
I'm out of my depth here. The grossest, most diabolical thing that's ever been on Cringe Coffee House before was Johnny Fox saying, "Fuck me, Kimmy," or whatever. That was bad. And I was like, I don't even know if I want to play it. It's a little personal. But like, this is his public essay to the world about how he sucks dick. It's not the same thing. It's not private messages. He wants us all to know about all the dicks he sucked. All the STDs he's got.
Christian joined gay pride, Max. Like, they're all about making sure that we know exactly what they do in the month of June. Although, because of USAID, they lost their funding. So,
that's why nobody's giving Cantwell any bail money.
Right. It's all connected. See?
Yeah, so I want to say let's cut to the chase about like the one thing I actually have to like respond to in all of this. He makes the claim that basically all his enemies, quote unquote, and he sort of refers to me indirectly several times throughout. He calls me a small-minded fanatic because he knows I'm going to laugh about him being gay. And you know what, Chris? I am a small-minded fanatic, and you're gay. He's so gay. Anyway, that out of the way. I didn't know you were fucking dudes on Grindr, Cantwell. If I knew that, I would tell the whole fucking world. What do you think I'm doing here? I'm reading your gay shit. Do you think if it was anybody else in the whole fucking world, Sam, I would read this gay shit? It's because he's my mortal enemy and he just came out as gay with AIDS. With AIDS! Well, with PrEP. He's got PrEP. He's prepping for the AIDS. He's not quite there yet. He's chasing the bugs, Sam.
Well, look, he's doing the thing. It seems. I said this off air last night.
If you didn't plan for something, why would you prepare for it?
Well, hold on, Max. It's like taking allergy medicine in the springtime, to like prevent allergies. It's the exact same thing, right?
No.
Because you don't have to casually take PrEP to not get AIDS.
You don't gotta go out there and suck the pollen off the tree's dick.
Nah.
Well,
You could.
I mean,
Cantwell might.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he's doing, clearly.
I always said Cantwell could probably suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. I just never thought he would prove me right.
Well, also though, like, Max, this kind of brings up like another point. Not to get off too much of a tangent, but you seem to like live rent free in like a ton of your enemies' heads. Like, I didn't even know about you until Johnny Fox came on my show and spurged out about you.
I know. And I'm like, I wasn't nice to Cantwell, but I'm usually nice to these people. Cantwell, I mean, he said awful things about my wife for no reason. She was not even a public person at the time. You could at least argue now she kind of is, right? And he doxed us and he sent people to go harass her and stuff. And so I fought back. I'm not going to say we pulled any punches. Our goal was to make him so sad he might kill himself. But hey, he's resilient. He's lasted 10 years since then. I mean, he did a lot of meth and he sucked a lot of dick and he went to jail a lot, but he's alive.
I mean,
matter of fact, it seems like he's never been more alive than when he started sucking dick. It's like a rebirth of Cantwell. I've always said he should. You know what's funny about this, Sam? Alternate timeline theory time. If Chris Cantwell, instead of going Nazi and or attacking me or any of that stuff that caused his libertarian fan base to abandon him, if he'd have just gone, I'm fully a faggot. Oh, sorry, YouTube. If he'd have done that, I think that a lot of people would actually have supported him. Instead, now I wouldn't have. I would have been like, you're gay now. I told you. But like a lot of people I feel like would be like, oh, look at this brave gay man, coming out or whatever. And he could be like a gay comedian through the whole woke era. Imagine this, Sam. He could have been a gay comedian in the woke era making tons of money, being like an off-brand Jim Norton, talking about how much dick he sucks, which he seems to love doing, both talking about and sucking. So like, that's the alternate. He could have been somebody. He could have been a star.
Wait. So you're saying that he could have been like an off-brand Jim Norton, though, which is funny because Jim Norton is literally married to a tranny. The last time I
that was the one
checked.
thing. It was always funny when people said, "Well, why did you ever like Cantwell?" Because his old show when I first saw it, he gave me Jim Norton vibes, right? And then I was like, oh, but Jim Norton now is like married to a tranny and weird. And I was like, well, yeah, but Cantwell will be in eventually. And I kept saying he was gay because he said all this gay stuff. But I was just kind of joking, Sam. I want that. That's what I'm getting at, to clear this up. Weave did not know he was on Grindr. He says specifically Weave. I know for a fact Weave would have told personal friends of ours that knew both. No. We had no idea you were on Grindr, Cantwell. Your paranoia was misplaced. It wasn't because your security was so lax. It was because you act like a massive gay man all the time. You say gay things. Sam, here's an example. He said he's so fed up with women. This is why I specifically made the prediction that he was gay. It wasn't to I didn't know he was on Grindr. He said he's so fed up with women that he went and watched gay porn to see if he liked it or not, but he didn't. Sam, have you ever been that like, women rejected you and you're like, you know what? I need to just watch two dudes fuck just in case.
No.
No. Me either.
I've been like, I've told Moore and I have both, like, we've been rejected several times, but like, never once has it crossed my mind. I'm so heartbroken. I'm gonna look at two dudes.
Yeah. Let me just see if watching these two dudes does it for me. It's just never even occurred to me, and literally until he said it. And when he said that, I was like, motherfucker, you gay as shit. And I thought that was sort of a joke, but sort of true. Like, that's a gay thing to do. And I left it at that, and then it bothered him so much that he banned people from saying my name after that. And so people would try and sneak it in, because Max is not hard to sneak into a conversation. Neither is Sand. And so they would call into his show, and they would be like, yeah, I maxed out my credit card buying all this decorative crafting sand. And he'd be like, wait, what? You fucking with me? Literally just the mention of my name made him paranoid. Ian Freeman, too. There's this one video, famously, where I called into Ian Freeman's friend's show one time, right? And he literally comes running from another room and comes in the door like Kramer from Seinfeld behind them on camera. And he's like, is that Maxine? And I was like, hi, Ian. Ian is in federal prison right now for the next 30 years for money laundering and extortion, I believe, but definitely money laundering.
So wait, let me just say this. I've known you long enough. I think I consider you I consider you a personal friend. But your enemies think of you more than I do.
Oh, more
And
than I do.
yeah, and like we're actual kind of like IRL friends.
It's
At this
funny
point.
because that's like the response I get from a lot of them is that because I do this show, right? They're like, you think about me all the time. Let me pull back the curtain a little bit on the Cringe Coffee House. Look at the upload schedule. That's enough to explain to you how often I think about these guys. I do a bit of research before I do a show like this. I get the stuff together because there was a happening in Cantwell land. Or if Dave puts out some really funny videos, I watch them and then I put them together and then we watch them together. I try not to watch everything so that I can react fresh to some things. Today I didn't. I'm pretty sure No, I haven't read the entire story beginning to end. I just skipped to the end to see some of the worst bits. To be fair. So I did leave some fresh content for me to react to today. But if you see the fact that I upload maybe every 3 months, sometimes there's been one Cringe Coffee House a year, that tells you how much I think about these people. What it is I'll go check on them. Cantwell has a Kiwi Farms thread. So every couple months, I just look to see if there's any new pages. And for most of the time, there's never any new pages. And then this time, there was 20 fucking pages because he's gay. Mega gay. Sam, right now, there's levels to this, right? So I think we need to like put a scale on it. And I think right now we're at like a level 2 homosexual. He's level 2 where he's considering the efficiency of paying for a woman versus a man for free. That's like 2 out of 10. He hasn't done it yet. He still thinks it's not the most ideal solution, but he's still gay. He's on the scale. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you think we'll get to a 10 out of 10 on the gay scale by the end of this? I do. I know we will, actually. That's not fair. I have a spoiler, huh?
Well, I mean,
I gotta keep reading this, but I need to take... Your brain can only take so much of this shit. Where was I? But I wanted to get off now, and unless you're paying for it, women don't just show up whenever you want them to. There's a lot of investment involved. Since I was grossed out by this, I didn't do it again for a long time. He's so grossed out that he did it again eventually. I guess sometime in my 20s, I started hearing about Grindr from gay friends. I decided to try it, always drunk late at night, after all female options had been exhausted, and I just wanted to get off now.
how old is Cantwell?
He's older than me, so probably like 45 if I were to... I think that's it. I think he's 45.
Does Grindr predate the smartphone era?
No. He said he found Grindr later on. He says he found it in like the 2016 era, which would make sense. But yeah, he said in his 20s.
Yeah, I was gonna say the math doesn't math then. Anyway, sorry, dude.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't hooking up with gay guys at that point in time. We believe he was hooking up with gay guys. It's just his timeline seems... He needs to rethink it a little as an author, you know.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
From then until October 2023, I maybe did this 6 or 10 times. Well, which is it? You hooked up with the dude 6 times, or you hooked up with the dude 10 times? It seems pretty easy to draw a number. I don't know. From then until October 2023, I maybe did this 6 or 10 times. I'd sign on to the app many more times than that. But I mean that I actually pulled it off that many times. Oh, so he's bragging. So it probably is more like 6, but we're supposed to assume it's 10. because he's so prolific. He nails so much boy poon.
Oh my god.
In all of these instances, it was just me receiving oral sex. I had no sexual contact with men in jail or prison. Everybody always asks this when I tell the story. Now you know. No more questions. Sorry, I added that part, but it seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Each time I did this, it was still awkward as fuck. How would it not? Never mind. What a question. Why would I ask anything? First of all, he can't answer me because I'm reading. And second of all, I don't think I want an answer. But how would it not be awkward? You're sucking a dick.
I know.
If it's not, okay, so we've moved up the gay scale quite a few notches. We decided the last one fucking page that we were at like a 2 out of 10 because he said he was thinking about it and weighing the costs versus the cost of a woman and all that. And then this page, he's now fucked at least 10 dudes by his own reckoning. So how far up the gay scale has he moved in one page, Sam?
I'd say that's like a 4.
Yeah. So, because fucking 6 dudes, at least he's a 6 out of 10 in the homosexual scale now. We're on page 3. Oh, 37.
Oh wow! So we haven't even gotten to we've just barely scratched the surface.
Oh no, the good stuff's much later. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm wasting time, but like, this is all already crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I'm delaying my inevitable fucking hating myself for ever thinking to do this stream. And here we go. The first time I did it, the guy was older than me and unattractive even by those standards. 7 out of 10 because he's rating their attractiveness. I didn't give a fuck about what he looked like. Yes, you did, because you rated his attractiveness. Because if I wanted to look at somebody, I'd look at a woman. Obviously not, because you're laying there with a dude. I thought of this not so differently than some people might want to think about a massage. Well, that's probably the only true thing he said in that whole paragraph. I just wanted somebody to do a good job. Oh, here we go. We're at an 8 now already. Again, page 3.
Wow.
But some men are better looking than others, even if you're not attracted to men.
And that's how.
And I came to figure out what could be obvious enough. That younger, better looking guys were a decidedly less awkward situation. 9.
He's fabulous.
So, yeah, he's an 8 when he's fucking dirty old men. But now he needs himself a handsome twink boy to get into the 9s and 10s of the scale. He's good. We're on page 3 and he's at a 9. We're gonna hit, like, this scale's already broken, huh? Fuck. Some of you have heard me tell the story of the woman that I reconnected with when I got out of prison. I know who that is, and I don't want to mention her name because it's embarrassing that she would talk to him again after that.
Yeah.
I had asked her to marry me in 2014, but she didn't want kids, and I was pretty well devastated by this at the time. It's why I quit drinking and started working out. I wanted better dating options after what felt to me like rejection. Dude, she aborted your kid out of never mind. Out of spite.
Yep.
That's why she talking to him again is wild. Well, she changed her mind about not having kids, but by this time, 9 years had passed. She was older than me, and there was no certainty she could have one child safely, much less 3. So although I was in love with her, I explained that I figured I'd have better options for a family in a couple years, and I didn't want to leave her for a better deal or spend the rest of my life resenting her for holding me back. I ended the relationship, and neither of us fared well in the wake of this. I didn't want to go through that again. I didn't want to marry the type of woman who would marry a broke guy fresh out of prison.
So basically, you're saying there's no option for women for him at all.
He's
Those are
just
standards he's putting on himself.
makes sense though.
So that he can excuse the reason why he's fucking dudes.
He is looking at sex with women the way Dave looks at when you offer him a job.
Told you, mental gymnastics.
He's putting up little roadblocks so that he could say, no, I can't fuck women because they don't find me attractive and I'm broke and I'm out of jail and I want to have a woman, but I want to have kids. And the way that I'm going to have kids is by putting my dick in as many men as possible.
Now, see, what I don't understand about that is he's claiming that when he was with her, he wanted kids. She didn't, correct?
Correct.
Tell me, Cantwell, and why did you have every single chick you were with abort the kid you wanted? Just
That's a
that out.
that's a very good question.
Yeah, so like that's one of his famous like old bits, I guess, from his show, was that he did a speech or whatever about the six. He called it six. I don't want to say it, but that's what it is. He thought it was artistic Sam, and he called it 6 tiny caskets. And he told the story of how each one of them, he convinced the mother. It was his, whether she wanted to or not. He's the one that pushed for it in every case, and in some cases, he directly says he like the way he described it is that he bullied them.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl, I almost said her name, and I would feel awful because she doesn't deserve to be associated with him, no matter what. Even if she made a bonehead decision she got pregnant at that point, and that's what he means by she didn't want kids, because she looked at the meth head in front of her, who put all of her personal business and her nudes on the internet at that point. That's why I don't understand why she would ever talk to him again.
Maybe just so she could tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it was like, oh, it was just... No, she was like, no, you fucking suck. I hate you. Go away. Fuck you. Like, just getting, like, her last dig into him before telling him to completely fuck off. I would do that, too. Yeah, no, sure, let's talk.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because we only have his narrative, and it doesn't vibe with the person that I know.
And that's why, like, I can tell based on what he's writing what actually happened.
Yeah.
Which is more like what I said, guarantee it. Listening to this motherfucker long enough to learn how he talks, to fucking get his fucking way around everything.
And I'm gonna say this, it's not a secret who she is. Kiwi Farms knew exactly what he was talking about, so if you fucking look, you'll find who she is. But I just don't think it's right to name her and drag her through the mud
and here's the thing, another insult to Chris, not to her, to Chris. At least when I got pregnant, I looked at the man that got me pregnant and went, oh my god, I'm gonna have a great family. That chick looked at you and went, oh fuck no.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And went and did something that she probably never wanted to do.
No.
Because she probably did want to have children, but went, I can't have kids with that.
She wrote a little essay in our comment section at the time about it, and it's one of the most heartfelt pieces I've ever wrote, and so I replied back to her with, my concern for her and hope that things would turn out, and my advice was just, cut him off and don't talk about him because he's like a cancer that just keeps coming back otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And then I break my own advice with this, but hey, I do a show where I make fun of stupid people on the internet, and here's Chris Cantwell. He's also very gay.
Very.
Very gay.
Very.
Where was I?
Chris Cantwell wants to have kids, but also...
Oh, yeah, he's the sympathetic poor schmuck,
They had
right?
to split ways, and neither one of them said, well, yeah, you cried and she laughed.
But I knew if I was dating peer-aged women for sex with no intention of marrying them, that I would both endure and inflict a great deal of pain, and I did not want to do that. So for 8 months or so, I avoided women and did not have sex. I love how he put that as one sentence by itself. Like, it's because I read it dramatically because it's supposed to be. What a fucking Fruit Loop. In October of 2023, I registered my first post-prison Grinder account. So again, now he's a full gay.
And
No
and
women.
he-
Okay.
Makes Grinder more coming heart react.
and he seems proud of this.
Oh my god. That means two people hearted it. That's
Yes.
what that means. More coming.
Oh, I'm sure there's more coming, Cantwell. You're as gay as a fucking. Anyway. Next we have something to break up the. That was batch 1.
Oh no.
So this is.
Ugh,
I could show the video. Hold on, I'll just show the video, right? I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, Sam, but this video is only 5 seconds, and it's Cantwell.
No, these are not coming from a hash bone. I actually made the post.
I saw the video.
Okay, so he said, no, these are not coming from anybody else. I actually made the post. But man, is that I want to play it again, even if you guys can't hear it, because look at his fucking look how. Now we're at 11 just because of that smile.
No, these are not coming from a hash bone. I actually made the post.
Is he missing his teeth?
Well, he does math, so probably.
Because it definitely seems like he's missing like at least his top teeth.
So I want to be like, let's put this into perspective here, guys. This is what I read. This is what's left. And then this is an entire book.
All right. A little less bullshit and a little more reading.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
I know.
I banged out 4 whole pages of this faggotry.
You probably.
God damn it! I'm on YouTube.
You probably also shouldn't put. I banged. If you probably shouldn't say that either. Banged out 4. Don't say that.
Dude, if people are gonna clip me out of context, it's just gonna be everything I say tonight.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you a little bit.
There's no way I can't avoid being clipped out of context with reading this crap. That's fine. You guys make your gay edits. It's fine. This had to be done for the sake of all of our souls. That December, I met a 23-year-old guy. And you could fairly say this was the first time I did more than stand there with my cock out. The encounter caused me to rethink what was possible in my encounters with men, and so I started doing this much more frequently.
Because
You're gay! He's gay as
Oh.
fuck.
Beautiful.
He's gayer than a pride parade in June. Holy shit.
Beautiful.
Sorry.
This
This
celebrating this.
he's finally pride worthy. This man and I exchanged phone numbers and planned to meet again. Whereas all of the other encounters I had were these crazy, paranoid, anonymous things with no names, no numbers, and no photos. Of me, anyway. Aw, he's in love. He's in gay love. It's like puppy love. That's why he wrote a book. He's in gay puppy love.
Yep.
Oh, Cantwell, you are a human being. Just a really gay one. We texted weeks. I told him who I was and what I did for a living. I played the radical agenda segment Booty Judge to give him some idea of how I had talked about gay people on the show. Yeah, he said that they should be killed and they're degenerate and things like that. Like all the stuff you would expect a white nationalist angry guy to say, he said all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So
to his gay lover.
yeah, he told his gay lover how much he hates gay people.
I'm not even.
He
I'm
played him a segment of him being homophobic. And by the way, Sam, we're
I'm
not
not.
listening to the audio, but I have seen the snippets of transcripts on Kiwi Farms, and he absolutely does hate speech, ranting at the Jews and stuff, while having sex with this man.
It would be funny if he went on like a homophobic rant while plowing.
He did. That's what I'm trying to say. He did. He recorded himself going on a homophobic rant while his dick was in a man's butt.
Yep.
Oh my god!
Mental gymnastics still going.
Well, sounds like some physical ones too.
Oh.
They texted for weeks. We met again some weeks later. During this meeting, I thought I saw him trying to take a picture of me surreptitiously. Oh no. But he insisted I was just being paranoid. We planned to meet again.
Didn't Cantwell like have a YouTube channel?
In like 2015, yeah, but he got super mega banned. Then he was on.
Right, but like my point is like his image is he's not like Jim where he was like.
Because it's not just like a picture like, hey, how you doing? It's like, oh my god, you're like totally naked because you totally just did me in the butt and I'm gonna take your picture. That's what he's thinking.
Not only that, and you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
He's not, but Sam, there's two conspiracies he's about to claim in this, okay? I think one of them is true, but it's still his own fault. The two conspiracies he's about to claim is that A, people like me and other people he considered enemies going back all the way to 2014 knew that he was on Grindr and were not telling on him to blackmail him. What they asked for, he doesn't say. What I would get out of that. Think about this, Sam. What would I get at the time out of saying he's gay? Well, I was in a feud with him, so it would be the kill shot. What would I get out of not telling everybody that he's gay if I knew that? Nothing.
Nothing.
So that conspiracy, at least for my part, maybe some people did know he was gay, but I didn't. Or I knew he was gay, but I didn't know he was on Grindr. Let's be specific. The second conspiracy that he claims is that, well, there's actually a third conspiracy he claims too, but these are the two that are more concerned for us. That trannies and gays they knew he was on Grindr and tried to give him AIDS. And I'm pretty sure that's true, Sam, because they would have figured out who he was. Like you said, he had a YouTube channel, used his real name and photo and everything. He's very public. That's part of why he's such an angry bastard, is he went public saying all this crazy shit and then got held to account for it. But yeah, I do think there's a level of, if he ran into some like Antifa gay guys who are like, wait a minute, there's this Nazi using this app, why wouldn't they try and give him AIDS? Like, that sounds like something they would do. So I'm not going to discount that that's true. But we didn't know he was a mega gay. We thought he was only like regular, like closet gay, but not like the gayest who... I think Cantwell is the gayest guy I've ever heard about at this point. Do you have a contender?
Well, Owen Benjamin is super gay, and I'm honestly surprised you haven't done a Cringe Coffee Ass about him. But that's another story for another time.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. Because it's too it's not in my wheelhouse. In that,
right.
It's covered by a bunch of people.
Yeah, but actually, Owen and Chris Cantwell could be like a gay. They could actually be like a good couple, actually, because they both hate dudes. No, they both hate Jews. Excuse me, and they both claim that they're not gay.
I thought he said they both eat Jews, and I was like, wow, this is taking a turn. This is getting more to like my kind of thing.
Well, they definitely both eat penis. And there may or may not be foreskin involved. You know what? I bet the one thing he doesn't say here, I wonder if his like Jewish I wonder if the twink that he's attracted to is also Jewish. Cuz that would sound so on the nose that it's probably true. I'm just going to say it's true cuz it feels true. Sam, is that journalism?
I mean, by today's standards, absolutely.
Yeah, it just feels like that guy's probably Jewish because that would complete the cycle of hypocrisy perfectly.
And kind of makes sense to what happens later on.
Oh yeah, big grand conspiracy with Israel and everything, Sam. They exchange phone numbers. I'm stalling again.
Yeah, can I just start reading it?
Would you like to read? You could read.
Oh.
You don't have to read it in the Cantwell voice, but
Can I get it on my phone to read it?
I could send you a link.
Yeah, do that, because that's way too far away. I have worse eyesight than him, so.
Okay. Forgive me for the moment, because I have to send you that link. Where are you at?
While they're doing that, I would like to do some advertising to Max's audience. I am a writer myself. I do not write gay porn or even smut for that matter. But I do write books in the political thriller genre, such as Sin's the Assassin, which you can buy on Amazon. Just search my name, Sam Whitfield, and it should pop up at the top of Amazon.
Now, are you saying you wouldn't be open to writing some gay erotica? Seems like there's a market for it.
I mean, I'm not that desperate for money. Although, now I'm thinking I might just write I might finally have John Ryder actually hook up with his Jewish Mossad girlfriend.
Okay. So she's gonna try and read some of this because I'm not doing good enough because it's so gay that it makes me uncomfortable.
Okay, there it is. I found the exact spot. All right. This man and I exchanged phone numbers and planned to meet again, whereas all the other encounters I'd had were these crazy, paranoid, and anonymous things with no names, no numbers, and no photos, of me anyway. We texted for weeks. I told him who I was and what I did for a living. I played the Radical Agenda segment Booty Judge to give him some idea of how I talked about gay people on the show. We met again some weeks later during this meeting. I thought I saw him trying to take a picture of me
surreptitiously.
Whatever he said. I can't say that fucking word. But he insisted I was just being paranoid. We planned to meet again. During all of this, I met other guys. After the first time I fucked another guy, I told him the story in great detail via text message, deploying all my talent for writing in the process. He admired my talent, and we mused that if I gut put out, oh my God, you can't even, if I put out the Nazi propaganda business on, wait, what the fucking hell, goddamn, I gotta read that again. I'm just gonna read it the way he put it and not try to fix it because that's what the, all right. He admired my talent, and we mused that if I gut put out the Nazi propaganda business on account of being outed, I could always become a smut peddler and start writing gay erotica. He liked that idea, and so I told him I'd write the story of our first encounter as a gift to him. I did write it, but he never took delivery. He ghosted me. Just stopped responding.
Aw, poor
Didn't even-
Cantwell.
Didn't even bother to block. It was cold as fuck, and I was both pissed off and terrified he'd out me.
Don't go breaking my heart.
But I was very proud of that writing. I knew that whatever one might think of the subject matter, the quality of the text was among the best works I had ever produced. To have the fucking thing remain a secret drove me out of my mind. Thus was born Rick Griner, my
nom de plume.
nom de plume.
His nom de plume, Sam. Rick Griner.
It seriously sounds like a wrestler.
So, is that not a teenage girl? My first boyfriend broke my heart, and now and that story's too good for him. Damn it!
Yeah.
You can't say he's not a good writer because he makes you feel things. They're just not what he intends. It's usually in the funny bone area. Okay, so Rick Griner is now born.
My god.
I'll go to the next page.
Oh my god.
Well, because I'm an honest man with a story to tell and I can't keep hiding pertinent details while I tell it.
All right.
But now we're on to the PDF.
The PDF of the
aforementioned
story. I told this young man that if he wasn't going to take delivery of his gift, that I'd accept his silence as consent to publish it. With silence received, Mr. Griner did precisely this, publishing it to
Literatica.com.
Literatica.com, wow. The most popular erotica website in the English language in February of 2024.
I love the humble brag.
Yeah. Under this freshly born nom de plume, whatever the fuck that is, with no author reputation or social media following to promote it, that story quickly gained nearly 7,000 reads and a 4.48 out of 5 rating on the site. It was on its way to becoming eligible for a cash prize, but I got so scared of the attention it was getting that I asked the site's admin to delete my author account.
Ah, the artist's dilemma. He believes passionately in his art.
Dude, what was the point of doing that with what I'm going to read next? What was the point of having them delete the story had also been published to Amazon as both a Kindle ebook and a paperback. A few copies were sold before I tried to remove the listing. But as it turned out, once a paperback is sold, Amazon will not let you remove a listing in case someone wants to resell it. You can only alter the listing.
That
sucks for you, my boy.
That I can attest to that because that is true because I did a re-release of the first Shadows of Deception book, but the very first one is still listed.
Yeah, he did an actual revision where he cleaned up a few things, and he was like, well, it was very early on. He hadn't moved a whole bunch of the first one, so he's like, oh, well, I'll just have the superior one. And he tried to take the old one down, but if you sell even one, they have to be able to resell it.
Mm-hmm.
And so Cantwell will now forever be a gay porn writer.
All right. Next one?
Oh, I gotta...
Yeah, I'll go with
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Here we go.
Today, Rick Griner is searchable on Amazon, and the absurd mess I made of that listing to hide my tracks is a far greater embarrassment to me today than what I was doing to cover up. Than what I was trying to cover up. So, you're more embarrassed about a
He's
a well-written book that nobody would have fucking known that it was like a real experience of yours and that you were just like a talented, hey, I'm gonna try writing fucking erotica and what? I'm pushing my fucking boundaries and we're going with gay just to see how I can do. I would have respect for that. I would never personally write that. That's not my style, but I don't hate people that go for that. You're more embarrassed by that than the fact that you were banging dudes in the booty hole?
It's not just that. He's more embarrassed that the listing and the promotion material regarding this book are a mess. That's what he's mad about. That's what he's expressing that he doesn't like. That the name's not scrubbed, the listing's still half up, but not all the way up.
You know what you shouldn't have done then? Because this is
Suck all those dick?
well, besides that, you shouldn't have posted the fucking story as revenge on the guy who didn't want it because he went, hey, this dude's actually fucking creepy as shit. You did this to yourself because you were fucking petty and wanted revenge.
He wrote revenge smut. Gay revenge smut.
Yeah, because, okay. I don't need to go play by play for the next 2 years at this point. My secret is no longer a secret. Love me, hate me, be indifferent, I don't care. During the course
You go, girl.
During the course of this, there were plenty of things that I didn't want to brag about. But to be 100% clear with all of you, I have precisely zero shame to disclose the fact that I had sexual contact with other men. My views on sex have always been more nuanced than most people would give me credit for. I never mistreated gay callers. I know the difference between sexual behavior and sexual orientation.
Stop.
Yes.
We have a friend around here. His name's Tim. Cantwell, you know him quite well. You did mistreat him. You mistreated him very badly, and you told him to kill himself. And so now to you, I say, maybe you should consider the advice that you gave him oh so long ago when he called into your show and said that he had a problem he needed to talk about, and you called him a faggot who should kill himself. Sorry. Just needed to be said.
Wait, he told our Tim to kill himself?
Yep.
Yeah, because and this is not
Tim-
something Tim's like proud of, but also not something he's secretive about. He had struggles with his identity when he was much younger, a teenager, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And he called into the Cantwell show to have a discussion about this, and that's what he got told by this guy who just sits here with a straight face all these years later and says he never mistreated a gay caller. Well, I'm calling your bullshit on that one, Cantwell.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing all this, by the way.
By the way, I would like to say that Tim is one of the nicest people I've met in my travels on the internet.
That's right. He's a person that keeps me remembering that I need to stay humble. So, yeah, we liked him a lot around here, and we remember what you said about him. We ain't forgot.
That's like my brother, dude. That fucking pisses me off still.
Anyway, back to the funny.
Oh, really funny. I'm not gay.
Yeah!
And I'm more certain of that after fucking a whole lot of dudes than I was before I did, actually.
Wait! Holy...
Would you like me to read that again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I'm not gay. And motherfucker, go back. Okay. I'm not gay. And I'm more certain of that after fucking a whole lot of dudes than I was before I did, actually.
My brain...
Nice.
You know what? My brain is trying to sort the... You know what? Now I understand what...
And I know that for sure now because I fucked a bunch of dudes.
Oh, I spilled the beads. Never mind.
Okay. Back into this then.
Max, I understand why you don't like to think thinky thoughts on my show, because contradictions in mental gymnastics, man, it's too much.
Told you.
I get you sometimes. I finally understand why you retard Max.
Yeah. It's
Sometimes.
like once you're there, you could just tune out the zen of like the fact that he's not gay because he fucks dudes.
Oh my god, he picked the worst thing to say next.
Oh well.
Oh, dude.
Make sure I got the right one up.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the worst thing to say after that. If you don't like it, you can suck my dick. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, from him, not me.
Oh,
him,
keep
so.
going.
Okay. If you don't like it, you can suck my dick. Oh my fucking word. Like, I'll literally let you try it yourself. See if it's for you. Matter of fact, you can suck my dick if you do like it. Maybe not you specifically. I'm half kidding here. But in all seriousness, I mean that I'm not terribly concerned with losing anyone's approval over the mere fact that I screwed around with guys. So with this out of the way, I can begin to speak much more plainly about my organized crime problem. Oh my god. Now that you know I'm gay, let's talk about my crimes.
Let's talk. No, it's a grinder. Look.
Oh,
he's
organized. He's
saying Grindr is
Got
an
it.
organized crime thing, but here's the funniest
I
part.
just got it reading the next part.
I'm burying the lead, but you got to pass the blunt at some point. Is that he never actually explains how they are a criminal anything.
Of course. All right. Word.
Subversion.
Thank you. Grindr is a tool of subversion. It is not a hookup app or a gay dating app. It's subversive effects. Its literal purpose, what the software is explicitly designed for, is blackmail, drug running, and espionage.
Dun dun dun!
Designed by a Jew,
Oh.
then sold to the Chinese.
Oh.
Grindr gives users a fictitious sense of anonymity while giving away, by default, their precise location to anyone with an IQ of 115 in a couple of hours to figure it out.
Well, how would he know that? Get ready. Get ready for the dive, Sam.
I stuttered. The developers of the main app work hand in glove. Yeah, I've never heard that expression before, so that's why I was so okay. The developers of the main app work hand in glove with developers of hacked Grindr software to facilitate illegal activity on the platform.
Oh my god, if this is true and he has evidence, this could change everything, guys.
While I was using Grindr, I was afraid of being outed. And I attempted to take measures to protect myself. Among the first things I did was run Grindr clients in an Android emulator, spoofing the GPS to make them appear far from me, and add everyone I interacted with to the favorites of those accounts.
Completely rational behavior, right?
Boy is fucking paranoid.
Yeah, that's what you do when you get on a new app, Sam, right? Is you find a way to spoof a GPS signal and find a way to track everybody you know?
Nope.
Yeah, no, that's overkill.
That's like everybody on here, they're gonna try and out me, so I'm gonna get them first.
Yeah.
After I fuck him in the ass.
I'm gonna fuck them all, and I'm gonna tell everybody about it.
And I'm gonna tell you how it smelled too. Yeah. Woo! Because he certainly loved that, didn't he? Can I read the fan fiction too?
Oh, yeah.
I'll do voices, dude. Sam, you gotta do it with me.
Well,
Oh God.
we got a lot still to get through.
I'm going.
We got to get through this conspiracy.
The idea behind this was due to the way Grindr handles blocking. When you block someone on Grindr, what's supposed to happen is your chat history completely disappears for both parties and you cannot see or communicate with them at all on the platform. But there's ways to retain the chat history.
Oh, God.
I'm sure there is with any app, dude. That's not special.
He found security loopholes in
oh, no.
Grindr.
If you search the term Grindr pick collectors, who would ever think to do that?
I'm not going to do that. So.
No. And normally I Google everything.
Hold on.
That.
I will say this. I fed the entire transcript of this into Grok earlier. And Grok told me, whatever, you take that for what it's worth, that is actually true. That there are Grindr pick collector, like revenge porn groups on Reddit.
That actually doesn't.
I do believe it to be true.
Yeah.
But I would not go looking.
Yeah, you'll find Reddit threads and the like discussing theories of why users chat each other up and then block as soon as private photos are shared. And when the fact was established through chat and public pictures that the users found one another attractive. Okay.
So now we're in a technical document about how Grindr works and how you can abuse it to blackmail people.
Is that a misspell or is that a word?
What? Closet?
Okay. That's why I asked because I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is like really riveting.
I know. You getting ideas for your next book, Sam?
I'm sure he is.
The Grindr Conspiracy.
Ooh. People posit a number of ideas about this, but the most obvious one is actually blackmail.
Dun dun dun!
This was the first reason I started tracking other users on the platform.
Yeah, to blackmail them. Chris Cantwell, convicted extortionist,
is admitting, like, this is what I do. Grindr displays profiles 3 across with an infinite scroll down for unlimited accounts. This is known as the grind. That's the name
grid.
of your next. That's the grid. Oh, well, you know what? It's because I was thinking of Sam's book, so I came up with the grind. That is your gay erotic fanfiction title, The Grind. There you go. So this is known as the grid. So it's like fucking Instagram when you go searching for certain users and shit. It's the grid with all the stuff that you scroll.
Right, but it's funny he calls it the grid on Grindr because, fun fact, that used to be what they called AIDS. It was called grids.
Oh, God.
Do you know what grids means? Gay resistant immune disease.
Oh, my God.
Cantwell has grids.
Each square in your grid shows the image and display name of a profile. And these are sorted by distance, with the nearest in the top left, the second closest in the middle, and the furthest for each row on the right. Then coming down a line and going from left to right again. I really didn't need to know how Grindr worked, my dude.
No, it's very important.
In the main grid, profile 60 minutes after the last refresh. But if you add someone to your favorites, they can also be seen on a separate favorites grid that keeps them in the same order for what is now 2 weeks. Why are you explaining this?
Because it's important you know how to blackmail people on Grindr. We all needed to know.
He is explaining it. Here we go. By adding people to your favorites, you can keep track of them longer. And the person you favorite is none the wiser because Grindr doesn't notify the favoritee. Yeah.
I'm on the next one, huh? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Grindr offers a privacy feature to hide the measurement of your distance. But this can be defeated easily.
Of course it can, because he would figure it out.
But this can be defeated easily in a densely populated area using the favorites feature.
Can I just real quick point out, if this man put this same level of effort into anything but trying to blackmail other gay men, he might actually accomplish something in life. Go ahead.
Anyone. Blah, blah, blah. If you have a profile that hides their hold on. Okay. If you have a profile that hides the distance in between two that don't, this gives you a range due to distance, sort order, grid placement. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, he like put a lot of thought into this, didn't he?
Yeah, he's like gaming the system on how to stalk every gay person in his area. What the fuck?
Holy fuck, dude. What the fuck, dude? Holy fuck, dude. What the fuck, dude?
What?
This is insane. What he's saying he did and shit.
Yeah, that's why we gotta read it for the people. This is real. This happened.
All right. So I'm going to just go back just one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a profile that hides their distance in between two that don't, this gives you a range due to distance, sort order, grid placement.
Right.
The more people you add to your favorites, the more precise this can be.
Yeah.
So eventually I got the idea, what if I just add everybody? What the fuck, bro?
He favorited them all so they would be in order of how far away from his current position.
Dude, if I didn't know who the fuck Cantwell was, if I didn't know fucking anything about him, I would be like, oh my god, this is the next gay killer. This is the next.
This is a Dahmer
like
thing.
This,
yeah,
this sounds like a Actually, Dahmer is exactly what I was fucking thinking about. This is this. While it is funny, a little scary. A little scary, my dude.
This is a wild ride. This Cantwell thing is the craziest thing I've seen in years.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So let's, well, there you go.
When I started doing this, I gained a much greater situational awareness of what was going on in my area.
I bet.
This is what gets me. I know who was with who and where.
Gross.
I know who was with who and where.
He feels powerful.
Yes. I knew, oh my god, I knew when people were lying about their whereabouts and who they kept company with.
How many gay dudes does he hang out with?
How did you know? Oh my god. How did he notice this? Then I started noticing accounts traveling distances at impossible speeds and large numbers of accounts that had been local but were now far away. Yeah, because they're using that fucking thing you were talking about, the fucking thing to change your fucking location.
A VPN,
A VPN to try and, because they knew what you were fucking doing. They probably did. You that Cantwell do. Yeah, bro, you can't. You know what he's doing? Yo, he's tracking us, motherfucker. Yeah, he know what ass we putting our ticket, bro. We gotta get those fucking VPNs. You know, Stephanie McMahon talked about them on her podcast. I heard that, bro. And so we need to get that shit, and we need to start changing our shit so that he can't know where we are. Because, bro, he gonna come for us. Like, and yeah, obviously that happened before the Stephanie thing, but I thought that was kind of funny.
Fucking.
But like, bro, I guarantee people knew.
Yeah, of course.
Because if they favorited him, like, I guarantee you, there is a way for you to look in and see like who their favorite, like people.
They were like, "Why does this dude favorite everybody?"
Oh my god! I began. I began tracking what appeared to be a Grindr botnet.
Down the rabbit hole we go!
As I would come to find out, I had walked into a setup very early on. I was figuring this shit out in 2024, but obviously people who had been there longer figured it out a long time ago. The group that would come to be known as the Bull Patrol detected my Grindr usage well prior to the Unite the Right rally.
So, I want to...
hold on. Hold on. First of all, he's going on all this stuff, right, about like how they can't find out, they don't notify the favorite sheet, blah, 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 blah. But these people found out. And they found out what you were doing.
So, I want to talk about this because his timeline is objectively wrong. He didn't actually hook up with the Bull Patrol, as they're called, until after Unite the Right. His timeline is wrong, and that's objectively provable. He hooked up with them after the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville.
Yeah, so what he's saying is that this happened before they even became
Okay.
known as that and everything.
I need you to get through the next page or so I can explain
let's
some
go.
stuff.
All right. The group that would come to be known as the Bull Patrol detected my grinder usage well prior to the Unite the Right rally. These
Purported
superfans knew about this from the group's inception. You have asked why they came at me so hard in Charlottesville? This is, at least in part, why. The Reds knew no later than 2016 that I was using the app. They triangulated my position to my apartment in Keene and identified me while I thought I was anonymous. I said at the outset that I didn't want to promote or normalize the behavior. So this is a fine time for me to point out one of my many reasons that is. If you go on Grindr, the worst people in the world are going to know about it.
Hold on. That's true.
That is true.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
So real quick, I just want to put this out there. So like promoting Nazism, according to him, that's fine. Nothing to be, ashamed or embarrassed about.
Completely normal. Yeah.
Mhm.
But God forbid someone finds out that I'm a closet homo, according to Chris Cantwell, that's like the most horrific thing ever.
You got the tubes? Yes.
In front of my
Okay. Cool. Glad we.
Yeah.
Thank-
I mean, hey, I think a couple things here. This particular kind of behavior he's talking about, I might even, because I have some things to talk about, so we're going to kind of minimize that for a minute. This is the bulk of what I got to say. He does go further into some people and names and things, but essentially he's claiming that there were people before, because there was a group fucking with him before Charlottesville, Sam, and he just calls it the Bull Patrol because his memory is fuzzy. But no, that was us, and we didn't know, and we're not associated with the Bull Patrol. We don't like them, quite frankly, because they came in and basically tried to do what we were doing, but they were going to suck up to him, so it was really appealing to him. People came from our show to his and vice versa, and then when he went out with us, he lost a lot of his audience. So he was trying to bring in some other guys. Here's the thing. Why were they called the Bull Patrol? Let's start there. When I say I don't like them, I'm willing to believe that maybe some of them have changed and grown up. But at the time, the whole point of the Bull Patrol is that they were named after the haircut of Dylan Roof, the shooter in the church in Carolinas, who killed a bunch of innocent black people. And so they idolized him. So first and foremost, fuck the Bull Patrol.
Oh wow, that's like way different than what I thought it was. But
yeah, and so I don't know much about that period because we had moved on from Cantwell and he got these guys in. What I do know is at some point they were like part of his website and they had some kind of disagreement, and that caused them to put up the pictures. And there's another thing he says in here that is absolutely provably bullshit. He claims that the famous picture of him where it's covered is because he was wearing shorts. No, it's not. I've seen the penis that in his hand, and I've seen the finger in his butt, Chris. You're going to come out and admit that you're gay, and you're not going to admit that you were fingering your butthole in the fucking picture more people have seen of you than anything else? Give me a fucking break. Cope harder, dude. You're trying to retain your image, but you're talking about being one of the grossest people I've ever heard of in my life. You want to talk about, oh, I don't want to promote this behavior? Neither do I. I know plenty of gay, because he's saying it about gayness in general. Nah. You wanted to talk shit about Tim. Tim is a clean, fine, upstanding person. He's not out there fucking doing what you're doing. You wanted to talk shit about all these different people, and you're out there literally being the most stereotypical, degenerate homosexual of all time. literally like out of a fucking stereotype book that Hitler would write. You're that, though. He's the Nazi who is the most degenerate homosexual of all time. And he doesn't even want to admit he's a homosexual, nor admit that he's, you know, a loser. He thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You can tell by what he writes.
Oh, he's definitely full of himself.
Absolute insane. And I love the little video. At least y'all got to see it. If not, all he said was, yeah, it was me. But that smile of like, yeah, now you know. Now you all know. I'm so happy. Yeah, this is the thing. Again, I was conflicted about whether we should do this because I know that gay guys like him get off on people knowing about their shit and being disgusted by it. Not all gay guys, by the way, but ones like him. He's a fetishist, where his fetish is for us to all look at him and laugh. And that sucks because it's very funny.
Well, win-win for him. I mean,
it's like the one win he ever gets is he gets to be a big gay guy and me laugh at him and he gets to say, you're a small-minded fanatic. He hasn't referred to any small-minded fanatics yet, huh?
No.
But I just wanted to explain. No, I had no idea he was on Grindr because in 2016, I didn't know what a Grindr was. I didn't even know that until this year. Why would I? I'm a married man. I don't even know. When people talked about Tinder, it took me like 3 years of hearing about this thing to realize it was some kind of dating app. The fuck would I know?
It's funny. This is true.
So I obviously didn't get that information off of like, oh, I found Cantwell on Grindr. No, I'm not on that motherfucker. I promise you. You can look. Go looking, motherfucker. What the fuck? I didn't even know that shit was real. And then I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Gays would have a hookup app. Yeah. I get it. Not my jam. Cantwell's jam, though. So I wouldn't have found it out that way. Now, later in this, so that I don't have to stop again and explain, he says weave. Okay? I have a couple of people that were, at the time, very close friends with Weave. Talk to him all the time. If he knew that Chris Cantwell was on Grindr, which is what Cantwell claims, we would have known it. Because he was part of the crew. Spoiler, dumbass, Cantwell. He was part of the crew, the Irregulars, to some degree, that was fucking with you at the time. On behalf of me, because you attacked me and my wife. Weave was part of it. He was making memes. He was spreading memes. He absolutely was attacking you, and we were calling you gay. Cantwell tries to rationalize this later on in the essay by saying, well, Weave called me gay, and then he made a meme, fake meme, proving I'm gay, but he never mentioned Grindr because he wanted to blackmail me. Cantwell, what blackmail? How is it blackmail? He didn't tell you to do anything. He didn't ask you for anything. How is... Do you understand what I'm saying, Sam?
yeah.
His point, his train of thought, he's so fucking paranoid. Here's my guess, actually. I think that maybe a couple of lefties found out that he was who he was on Grindr in like 2013 or since. But they didn't find out back then, and he's just been paranoid about it this whole time that we all knew because he's a fucking guilty, closeted homosexual.
Yeah, well, it kind of
Is that Occam's razor in this situation? Not that it's an Israeli-Chinese fucking conspiracy.
Well, to me, it kind of seems like his logic is, well, I'm going to expose myself so they can't expose me.
And man, did he expose himself. He exposed his misshapen little penis. It's got this little helmet on it. It's weird.
Oh, God.
Look, Cantwell.
He got a semicircum. That's what it is. Just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in the
yeah, it's
fucking
one of
Meet the
them.
Fockers.
Oh, my.
Semicircum.
Oh, my. Oh.
Yeah, and like he has it in
He
his...
couldn't get the turtle out of its shell.
No, if he's gonna... Look, Sam, if he's gonna deny that picture that I had to witness because...
Boobies!
Hey, look, I'm not gonna show it. I don't have it. I don't have the original. I wouldn't keep that around. That's the picture of his dick.
Yeah.
But somebody showed it to me, and I said, fuck, censor that shit. And that's why we didn't put the fucking anonymous V for Vendetta mask on it. We did. Because we didn't want to see him fingering his butt, but we wanted people to know how gay he was because he's laying there spread eagle. So yes, let me describe so that he could easily refute this by just showing everybody his penis, but he's got a semicircum and it's not very big. So Cantwell, if it's huge and you got a fucking dome cap or a fucking mushroom tip or you're uncircumcised, then you will just disprove everything I said, so just show it.
Careful what you wish for, Max.
You can verify. I know. I already did see it, and I had to. I'm just telling you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is, Cantwell has a misshapen penis. He can prove me wrong. Actually, he can't because he's got one. But if he did, or if he didn't, look, all I'm saying is, no, that picture really was of him with his penis in his hand and 2 fingers in his butt. So many people can confirm that, Sam, and it had nothing to do. I think we found it because he put it up on OkCupid.
It was his profile picture.
Yeah, it was his profile picture under the name Christopher Cantwell. Some real deep detective work there, Sam, is that we've looked up Christopher Cantwell on OkCupid and immediately saw him laying there spread eagle with his dick in his hand and said, hey guys, you might want to see how gay this guy is. And we're like, oh my God, well, we can't tweet this.
Wait.
So we put a V for Vendetta mask over it. So it's just him laying there with the and some people even think he has a mask over his dick, like not a Photoshop, but like in real life, like he was put a mask there, like as a tasteful. No, he has his dick in his hand and his finger in his butt. That is on the record. I have many people who will attest to this. We will write affidavits, Cantwell. If I had to be scarred by seeing it, I am not going to let you gaslight these people into saying that you have a large penis. They know I tell the truth. I called you gay 10 years ago. Look what happened. Look what happened. So I got credibility on this issue. Okay. So now that that's out of the way, that we didn't have any idea how gay. We knew he was gay, but that's only because he's so gay. You know what I mean? It's only because he's just like, oh, I looked at gay porn. Oh, I hate women. And then of course, because he's always talking about how much he hates gay people. Like I'm making jokes here. Obviously, the subject matter is directly about homosexual stuff. But normally, Sam, I don't talk much about this stuff at all. It's not something I spend a lot of time on. But if you watch the Chris Cantwell show, you're going to get at least one rant about how much he hates gay guys.
Well, here's the thing with that. Like, I've always said for years, like, I don't hate gays. I don't understand why a guy would be gay when there are so many beautiful women around. But like,
more beautiful women for you, so you don't even care.
Right. Like, I don't understand why a guy would be gay, but like, if that's what floats your boat, then
that's right. I don't help. See, Sam is a guy that believes Cantwell. He believes that you can suck as much dick as you would like.
If
me too, as a matter of fact, I believe Cantwell can suck as much dick as he wants.
If that's your thing, then like,
I always said it was his thing. See, he had it all wrong, Sam. I was the only person that believed in Christopher Cantwell all along. I said he was gay. I said he was mega gay. I said he was the gayest guy on earth. And he was hiding his power levels all this time because he was afraid of how gay, the sheer magnitude of his faggotry scared him. But I believed that he could be the gay man that we all see before us today. And I believe he can even get gayer. So,
How?
well, I don't know. It would take a really clever mind of homosexual trickery.
Now,
I think he could figure it out, you know?
now here's the question. Here's the question, Max. Can he be gayer than Milo?
He is already way gayer than Milo. This has Milo written. You know what? You just haven't fully experienced it yet. We're gonna get there. It's you know, this has been we're moving along at a reasonable pace here, but there's a lot of homosexual content that Cantwell put out this week. So
I don't ever want to hear you give me shit about wrestling girls again. After this.
why is that? Because at least you're not gay?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, no. Look, just because that's a low bar, Sam. Just because you're not gay doesn't mean I don't hold you to any standard. I'm just saying, most of them wrestling girls, if they would let you touch them, you would end up coming down with the same kind of shit Cantwell's getting.
I don't know. Because
Are you familiar with body herpes? Common wrestling problem.
Oh, well, if you meant that way, well then yeah, but like
No,
yeah.
I also meant gonorrhea.
Yeah, well, like I thought you meant like I'm not gonna deny that, but like that I like
Look,
you know.
what I'm saying, Sam, is that the bar is only slightly higher because in order for you to indiscriminately have sex with wrestling girls, much like Cantwell to have indiscriminate sex with strange men, you would both want to get on prep.
Yeah, and I'm not that. Yeah, and I'm not that. I'm not at Cantwell levels.
Gotta add some wholesome stuff in there, so minion pictures.
Now maybe some of the big time high tier wrestling girls, but if you go down to your average indie show, they'll give you AIDS.
Oh, no doubt.
By which I mean AEW. Oh, damn it. I can't fucking help myself. AEW will give you AIDS, says Max Sand. More at 11. Oh, man. What number of that you were on? There's so much schizophrenia.
I have no idea.
That's the setup.
It's that one right there.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. You finished this out?
No, I haven't finished that one yet.
Okay. You finished this one out, and we're going to continue deeper into the rabbit hole.
Do you have it up on screen for them?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. But
Ha,
I'll work on that, and it was up for a while, so.
All right. So I'll go back just one.
Chris Cantwell.
If you go on Grindr, the worst people in the world are going to know about it. They might put that information on. They might put that information to their use for years without you ever knowing about it. Without you ever even knowing about it. My goodness, he had to make it like.
Dun, dun, dun.
With that warning out of the way, and a meaningful sneak peek at the technical side of why I had to disclose my sexual behavior provided, I'm going to go to sleep now. Okay, good night.
Hold on. He did not have to say how much he liked having sex with dudes to tell this story.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm sure the dimwits calling me a faggot are going to have some fun with the memes over this. As long as it's not in my comments, I don't care.
Hi.
But I'm just as certain that they are going to have nothing interesting or intellectually stimulating to say.
You got me there.
They haven't had that for years.
Oh, my heart.
But this is going to be the most interesting story you have heard in a very long time. So stay tuned.
And thus ends batch 2.
Will you roll me one?
Oh, you can have that one.
Thank you.
Thus ends batch 2, and the plot thickens, Sam. You see?
Oh, fun fact. Yay.
Maybe maybe you got this wrong, Sam. Maybe you could use this as the basis of a conspiracy. You know, you just don't have to write about all the gay sex like he did. Because it's an interesting thought, man. Imagine if China and Israel were trying to peg one guy for being a closet queer.
Well, like I'm surprised he hasn't accused like Israel of like mind controlling and making him gay.
Oh my god, you're such a liar.
Okay,
Oh my god, you're such a liar.
she's reacting. Let's go.
Oh my god, you're such a liar. Even I saw that fucking picture. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the picture. We're at the picture. Let's go.
Alright, so fuck. Fun fact. One of the reasons so many alt-right anons were so vehemently opposed to doxing is because they were subversive gays trying to derail the momentum by insisting on impossible standards and unpopular policies. That will be obvious long before I'm done telling this story. Well, you just told us, so like
Spoiler alert, it's never becomes obvious.
here's another fun fact. Here we go. I had once posted a joke photo of myself in my underwear in 2014. The photo that got passed around never shows my underwear The photo I passed around never shows my underwear or my ass or cock. There's always some photoshopping done to place something there.
Yes.
We've knowingly lied by telling people that this was a photo of me anal masturbating. He did that knowing that I had gone on Grindr to get blowjobs, but he never told people, at least publicly, that he knew I was on Grindr.
We did not know, and we censored that picture because we didn't want to see it. But we wanted people to know how gay you were. Next.
I feel like we're missing something, but okay.
Next one starts with the Bowl Patrol.
Yeah, I just like, because it's like this, and I'm like, I really want to know what was right before the this. The Bowl Patrol was literally created with this knowledge, but to this day, never disclosed it publicly. Maybe because they were never going to, because they didn't know, you freaking flaming paranoid.
It's the worst blackmail ever, because they never used it for any reason at all.
I don't know.
Gorzinski.
Gorzinski knew, never told.
That is the person that Cantwell went to court over Unite the Right with. That's the person that he pepper sprayed.
Oh, okay.
Trans person.
The people menacing me today have known the whole time. They tried to blackmail me, and I told them to go fuck themselves. And still, they never told. Well, then they are the worst blackmailers in the world, and you should have just stopped because you're paranoid as fuck.
Hey, wait. This is important. The one thing I got to say, the actual one important thing, my response to this whole thing, if you don't take anything else, is Cantwell, you just made a very serious claim there that they tried to blackmail you. Show receipts. If any of this is true, why aren't you showing that?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Do you think these people were trying to help me by keeping that secret? Do you think they were trying to help you? America? The white race? What the fuck? That was like a very big leap from one thing to another.
Yeah.
They knew I was gay, but they didn't say anything. But they did do that for me. Did they do that for you? For America? What the fuck? This dude's crazy. My God, he's even got me doing the voice. For fuck's sake. I'm like, I'm having no voice tomorrow because I'm already sick as fuck. They wanted to threaten me with exposure. They couldn't have their cake and eat it too. And they knew the threat was worse than the exposure itself. So many people knew about this. And in my estimation, one of the most surprising aspects of the story is the capacity for secrecy demonstrated by the people involved.
Amazing how they all kept their mouths shut. It's almost like they didn't even know it all.
Yeah.
Wild. Now think about this for
Yeah.
1 minute.
Now think about this for 1 minute. If Weave and the Bull Patrol knew, who else on the alt-right would have known?
Me. I'm not alt-right, but I would have known because I know Weave.
Maybe some of those folks who always kept me at a safe distance? I'm not naming names. I'm only going to do that when I can prove it or make a solid circumstantial case for it.
Oh, I know who he means. He means the rightstuff.biz guys. He means Richard Spencer. He means Nick Fuentes. He means the Irony Bros. He means I know exactly. He knows that too. Milo is another one he means.
Okay.
Yeah. He's acting like he's not going to name names. No, we know who you don't like, the people that avoided you. This motherfucker thinks people avoided him because they knew he was secretly gay and not because he's a public train wreck. It's amazing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But once you start thinking these things through, the inferences one can make are very telling. And of course, if they had good intentions, any of them could have warned me that I'd been discovered years ago. Had somebody done that, the events of the last 2 years would likely never have happened. How many alt-writers are still keeping such secrets? How many alt-writers are they still keeping such secrets about? How many of them lacked the courage to refuse the blackmail demand?
It's wild, Sam, because again, remember when I started talking this section and I said, you remember the alt-right?
Yeah.
It's this massive force in politics that's really important.
Oh my god, he's just writing another fucking story, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
Well,
Unless you got something about, hold on, Sam. Sam said something.
Go, Sam.
Well, I only remember the alt-right because when they were relevant and because I'm a political nerd, right? But they're that's the only reason why I know them. They're so irrelevant that no one none of my guests
that I still had to jog your memory even though you're a political nerd because there's been a not relevant in 10 years almost.
Right.
Oh my god.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, but anyway, let's talk about how, their politics are so important. She's already going nuts with the next page. I told you it keeps getting better.
Oh my god, I love this. A considerable challenge in telling this story is what a movie would deal with as flashbacks. He's writing a fucking story, dude. Because there's months and months of what I think is just me hanging out and having sex with what becomes my new social circle.
So he just wrote in his own life story a gay sex montage. So let's get some montage music going. Dun, 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 dun,
Wait.
dun, 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 dun. Fucking guys.
Would this be the perfect time for that song? Wait for that.
Oh, I'm just saying, he literally wrote
right.
he literally wrote random gay hookups as if it were a montage. This is great.
That's why I say he's writing a story, because he had to make sure that you knew that was supposed to be flashbacks.
Wait.
He wants you to picture him with multiple dudes banging with catchy 80s music
Oh god, I gotta
so he's writing a gay erotica montage scene the same way that I would have John Ryder doing firearms training and in a montage.
Yeah, that's great.
Holy
he's training for that big gay sex fight.
Holy crap.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right.
Oh my god.
Then, all of a sudden, the shit hits the fan. Revelations are made which completely alter the context of prior events. These people are not my friends. They've been forming a closed circle around me and manipulating me with sex and drugs and lots of gaslighting.
And lots of
People who
dick.
purport to know nothing about one another are actually coordinating behind my back to screw with me.
They were already screwing behind your back. You're gay.
I'm hyper conscious of the fact that hearing from me, even the ones who haven't already thrown me under the bus on the basis of last night's revelation, are going to have a difficult time following along as the characters of the story are introduced. The characters of the story.
His life is a story. All the world is a stage for gay butt sex.
So he's one of those. He's one of those people that thinks their entire life is a fucking movie. Oh, okay.
I always knew he was a theater kid. I just didn't know he was a gay porn theater kid.
Oh my
Isn't that? You know what? I'm not gonna make that. I could make a really mean joke about theater kids, but I'm not going to.
I got an honest question for you. At
Have a
this
sip of your coffee.
at this point, and you're over here dying, I want to know, because, if you watch the last one where she talked about our experiences regarding Cantwell, she kind of went off on a pretty angry rant and let a little out. How mad could you be at this guy in this moment, huh?
Oh, I'm like kind of over it now.
He's a pathetic little creature.
Well, okay. So just from like an audience perspective, the last time that she was talking out like Chris Cantwell, she couldn't speak, but it was because she was so like angry. Now she can't speak because she's dying laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because like a lot of people said why they didn't like that and why they kind of stopped watching him, even though they didn't come over and watch us. And I'm not saying like, oh, they all turned on him and then everybody clapped and joined us, but they were just so disgusted by his behavior because they said, why is he attacking, like, he cares about white people or whatever. Why is he attacking a young white family? Because he didn't just attack me. He attacked my wife, who was completely anonymous at the time and not online. And I just had a kid 6 months prior. That's why she was so upset about it, and she didn't get to say much. Obviously, I had my say at that fucking guy, but until this year, she had never talked about it publicly before. And she was, she got a little, got it off her chest. But it's just funny the contrast now with these revelations of like, it's hard to even realize I was ever mad. Look at this pathetic guy. He's just, imagine having no grounding in your life so that you're like, maybe sucking dick will do it. Maybe getting AIDS will do it. Oh, it didn't work out. Maybe it's a conspiracy. It's wild, man. Maybe some meth. That'll fix all it. Anyway, I'm just rambling now. So we had the gay butt sex montage. Now we got the gaslighting, the gay sex and gaslighting.
Okay. So now the characters are going to start being introduced. I'm sorry. The next few sentences are they're extremely funny to me because they just prove exactly what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
One way I had thought to deal with this challenge was to write it from start to finish and then edit it before presentation.
Yeah. It sure is a story. We know that much.
Among the many challenges with that production model is that events are right up to today unfolding so fast and constantly changing the context of prior events. Why does it keep saying that? How does it change the context of prior events?
In his head? If you'd like, I'll continue reading because
I'm good.
You're getting a little...
Notably, the recent revelation that my blackmailer followed me into this program with a bunch of gang members and began trying to provoke me to violence while here.
Yes, we did just escalate another 3 levels in one sentence.
Yes.
You're not alone in thinking that. All of a sudden, he's in a program with blackmailers trying to, and gang members. It's funny, this has been a thing. Do you remember when I dealt with the local people of Keene, the group that called themselves Stop Free Keene, Sam? So we've talked about this before, where Cantwell and Ian Freeman and them were all part of a group called Free Keene, who would engage in what they called activism and what the locals would call vandalism and being a nuisance. And so I talked to those Stop Free Keene people, and if you watch the last Cringing over Cantwell one, I played the audio of me talking to him about that 10 years ago, and he calls those people gang members. And Sam, those people were literally like parents and grandparent boomers from a small town in New Hampshire that worked in construction or such their whole life. And I got Cantwell being like, "You don't understand, Max. They're all gangbangers. They're out to get me."
Oh my god.
So he calls a lot of people gang members. It's hard to keep track. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see, you're reading way ahead.
I have to.
Mm.
I'm trying to keep you updated on what's going on. You're lacking context
Yep.
and asking reasonable questions like, why?
Like, why all the gay butt sex?
So, uncomfortable as this was, and yet remains, I had to get this wall broken down. Going forward, I expect things to be a little clumsy. I'll make my mistakes while posting here, and when I'm able to get a studio, I'll put the pieces together from here in a more coherent order.
Oh man, I can't wait for that episode of Crazy.
Oh, get ready. Here we go. More mental gymnastics.
Oh no, this is the creme de la creme.
Oh yeah, this is great.
This is the best part of the whole piece, Sam.
All right.
You ready?
Uh-huh.
Let's address a popular confusion of terms. I've had to ban like a dozen idiots who think they're very clever for the responses to me saying I'm not gay after announcing what I did. If you define gay as anyone who has ever had sexual contact with a person of the same sex, then we are speaking different languages. Yeah, because I don't know what language you be speaking, bruh.
Well, it at least makes you bi.
Well, I talk about gay guys sucking my cock. Gay guys talk about sucking off straight guys.
Yeah.
This is normal conversational language. No.
Yeah, that's just normal, Sam.
No.
You know how when you tell the gay guy that he's sucking a straight cock when he's sucking your cock? That's normal, right?
No.
Okay, you scared me. You take a little bit to answer.
The question is so absurd.
This is normal conversational language when you're not talking to small-minded fanatics who don't care to differentiate between sexual behavior and sexual orientation.
Small-minded fanatics, baby.
When I say, seriously, that
Well,
Go
I mean, to be fair, that could be like anyone that he's talking about.
Yeah, most people would define. See, the reason he thinks it's normal is he just excludes. You'll see it later on.
Yeah.
He excludes bisexual completely. So you're either, in his mind, you're either straight or gay, and so he's straight.
yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
I say, seriously, that a man is gay, I'm saying that he is exclusively homosexual. He is positively averse to opposite sex sexual contact in similar fashion to most straight guys, instinctive revulsion to same-sex sexual contact. I'm frankly skeptical of terms like bisexual. Everyone I've ever known is primarily attracted to a single sex. In my case, that would be women. I don't see guys walking down the street and have intrusive, involuntary sexual thoughts about them. That's very fucking specific.
Right. Because he's saying he does have that problem looking at women.
Yeah.
So even in admitting how gay he is, he still can't not make himself look like a rapist.
Yeah. I have those thoughts about women all the time.
Gross.
It might be a blind spot of my own experience and anecdotal data set, but I have found this to be the case with everyone I've discussed it with. People, men anyway, most folks would describe as bisexual, are fundamentally straight guys who are willing to have sex with men because they're bisexual.
Yeah.
Because they are attracted to both men and women.
Like you can't. Well, actually, I think he's just gay. That's why he's having this internal dialogue. But yeah, whatever.
The majority of their sexual behavior
I forgot to change the page. Yeah, it's just so crazy, right?
The majority of their sexual behavior may be with other males, but this is because the male sex drive leads to more sex partners more easily obtained with lower investment. Not because they prefer having sex with men.
Right. Cope.
A man who prefers sex with men does not have much reason to meet the challenges of having sex with women. Why fucking bother? It's too much work if you don't have a very strong preference for females. Because you're bisexual.
You're just gay.
Even if one had no sexual preferences to speak of, his behavior would come to be indistinguishable from that of someone who is exclusively homosexual. Because unless he was explicitly seeking a natural pregnancy, all of his sexual impulses could be met with much less difficulty by other males.
It's very informative, right, Sam? He's a fucking sociologist.
He is really trying to like. He is really. This is like the hard. I have not seen like anyone cope this hard about like not being gay since like literally Owen Benjamin, which I know is relevant to you, but like, man, that's like some high levels of cope.
Well, Owen needs to up his gay game because this is triggering her. So go ahead. Yeah, I would love to hear what's going on.
There's some words you're going to have to help me pronounce in a bit.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. I explained the awkwardness of my first same-sex contacts for this reason. I almost couldn't pull it off.
But he did it.
This is where I said ew. I get erections for no reason at all. They become distractions. And through much of my life, I've dealt with those distractions by jerking off to get the poison out so I could focus on more pressing matters than my sexual impulses.
Uh-huh. Well, already it sounds like you got an addiction problem then, but go on.
In my experience, same-sex contact is quite similar to having someone else do that for me instead of doing it myself. Hence the massage reference earlier. I don't say that to make light of it. This is an extremely misguided view because anyone who tries it quickly comes to find out, as I did, that things are more complex than this. But for now, that oversimplification helps to illustrate the difference between sexual behavior and sexual orientation. No, the fuck it does not. When practical, I'll try to make a point to say men when I'm talking about men. If I slip and say gay people, assume I'm talking about men. I I don't know enough about the lives and drives of lesbians to speak intelligently about them, and I am not under the impression that they have so much in common with gay men.
But gay men, he knows all
Yeah.
about gay men.
Oh my God. I am of the view that the causes of homosexual behavior and orientation are 1. Numerous, 2. What's that?
Synergistic.
Synergistic. I don't even know what that means.
That means they like synergize with each other. They're like,
Oh, okay. 3. Different for men and women. 4. Not well understood due to political correctness and the consequent
incapacity for grant and citation dependent scientists to study it objectively.
Thank you.
He wants scientists to study his butt sex, Sam.
Oh my God.
Well, I want like scientists to cure cerebral palsy.
That's much higher, I think, on my priority list too.
Yeah, but we can't all we can't get everything we want.
Well, she's reading ahead again.
I just read the last line.
Oh, well, catch us up. I can't well voice some of this, okay? Feel free to make moral judgments about my sexual behavior. Not only did I make a choice to do this, but I actively had to calm my instinctive revulsion to do it. God damn this guy.
So he's one of those self-hating gays I keep hearing about then.
He's everything.
Oh my God, that killed me.
He's the gayest man who ever lived.
All right, I need to get through this because I got to read that last line. Because I got to read that. That's fucking beautiful. It makes no sense in my view to make moral judgments about homosexual behavior in men whose earliest thoughts about sex are of them having sex with other men. They did not choose to have those thoughts. And for someone who has those thoughts involuntarily, I cannot imagine a lifetime of trying not to act upon them.
The greatest torture for Cantwell is not letting him be gay.
The thing that I hate about it is it kind of makes fun of the fact that there are some people that struggle with that shit. Whether it's because they were born that way or abused before they had thoughts they can remember, or some other environmental factor acted upon their sex drives, these folks purport to have no choice in the matter, and I see no cause to doubt that they sincerely believe this to be the case. A small-minded fanatic thinks he has a clever response to this when he accuses me of making the same argument for pedophiles.
Yep.
Or, as their supporters prefer, minor attracted persons. He really is talking about you. Because that's you literally had that argument. Oh my God, he really is talking about you. He really is.
I am a small-minded fanatic, Sam. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to find out like this, but I had to come out tonight. I'm a small-minded fanatic, Sam. What that means is that if Chris Cantwell is super duper gay, I'm gonna laugh. I'm sorry.
It certainly seems clear to me that a person who is aroused or exclusively aroused by prepubescent children is wired wrong.
The recidivism rate.
The recidivism rate speaks to this. Acknowledging this does not mean I support some supposed right to them to live peacefully among the population and become kindergarten teachers. They're a threat to kids. Deal with them as such. There's no reason to tolerate this, and their power to choose or lack thereof is an aggravating or mitigating factor. If they can't change, there's no reason to set them loose after a slap on the wrist and wait for them to offend again. Child sexual abuse is worthy of the most severe capital punishment. Well, that I agree.
Hold on. He literally just said that the guy that abused him when he was 14, that was cool. So he has no moral leg to stand on.
No.
Even in his own fucking essay, he's not even morally consistent with himself. And so, yeah, you want to talk about, yes, I say he makes the argument that these gay people can't choose those thoughts. And all I've said is that doesn't mean I have to say that I like it or that it's appropriate, just like with the pedophiles. Yes, I did have that exact discussion. Yes, he is exactly referring to me every time he says small-minded fanatic so far.
Yeah, definitely directed right at you. But what I'm about to tell you is no argument for the supposed rights of gays either. Their behavior has to be discouraged because it's important that people have children. And since I know from my own experience that a straight guy who wants to puke at the sight of two guys kissing can find himself enjoying that very thing with sufficient conditioning, that conditioning must be discouraged. Today, our society does the opposite.
Now he's on his soapbox.
Yep. We tell kids that they can pick their gender and all sexual behavior is equal. And if horny young teens get over their instinctive revulsion while they are young, and therefore are not forced to rise to the occasion and do the work of attracting and meeting the needs of females, then it is predictable they will take the path of least resistance to their sexual gratification and live lives indistinguishable from homosexuals, though they had every capacity to lead healthy heterosexual lives with a thriving family. Holy run-on sentence, Batman.
So look,
Yeah.
I might have done all the things, but you gotta make it so the things are like dirty and gross, because it's the only way I get off on it. If everybody's doing it, I can't enjoy it anymore. So we gotta discourage this shit from the kiddies so that it could just be creepy old fucks like me hiding in our closets.
Oh. Oh.
I apologize for any words. You don't have to say any words he types that you don't want to say.
These are words that I can say. It's just... Most of the men on Grindr are not gay.
That every man on Grindr is gay.
Okay. So I actually have a friend that I went to high school with. He's actually very dear to me, and he is gay.
Very gay.
I am going to ask him that. I might actually just ask him that. Like, not now, obviously, because it's almost midnight.
Well,
I kind of want to ask him, dude.
You can ask any gay guy or any guy that's ever struggled with it. Like, ask him, and they're just gonna all say the same thing. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. That's what they'll say. They're not even gonna explain.
Yeah. And to that, I would just be like, I was just checking because I know this guy who said it ain't true, and I was like, I think it is true, so I decided to ask.
And then it's like, that guy happens to, be on Grindr. And they're like, oh, okay.
Well,
I mean, look, I've watched Shane Dawson for years and years and years and years and years, and before he met his husband, Ryan...
he was gay.
Besides that,
and you were like, no,
No. So... But he would talk about going on Grindr. And Grindr was the gay dating app. That's where the gay guys went to hook up. I mean, that's one thing that he said that he didn't like, that just like with Tinder, there is a hookup culture amongst Grindr and the gay community, and he didn't want that. But yeah, dude, like, even he said it, there's other people that I've watched over the years that were gay that would talk about, yeah, Grindr's for gay guys.
Well, but his point is since they're all just looking for gay sex, that doesn't mean they're gay.
Oh, there's one word I kind of don't want to say, but I'll say it. All right. So most of the men on Grindr are not gay in the sense I described in the earlier post on terminology. I'm reading his work. That's what this is. worth being worried about. And no, you can't fix it by declaring them gay and calling them faggots.
That's what you tried to do to our friend, but go on, Cantwell. Never mind.
I don't like saying that word. Um, if you've got a friend who is gay in the sense I described above, who has absolutely no sexual interest in women, I'll bet you anything he's a bottom or at least more of a bottom. That kind of makes me angry because I do have friends that are gay and I kind of don't
I
like
don't.
the way he put that.
It doesn't. It's like I would never care. I don't care what they do. I have friends that are gay. I've never once asked, "Hey, you a top?"
Because he's like,
Who cares?
anyway. I mean, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I was fucking thinking is what you fucking pussy ass motherfucker. I fucking hate you. If you're not familiar with these things, that means he'd rather be penetrated than the other way around. He might even be positively averse to anyone else touching or taking interest in his cock. Fuck you.
Oh well, you might not want to keep reading. It's gonna get worse.
Hey, I'll go back to hating him. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even in this, he can't completely.
Such a fucking asshole. I hate this dude.
Yeah.
Ask the guy if he's ever met a pretty strict top with little to no interest in bottoming and no sexual interest in women. If he knows any, I'll be shocked. But he doesn't know many because that is practically unheard of to most people on Grindr. At least there, most people marketing themselves as tops identify as straight or bi, and they almost all prefer femme, trans, twink types.
Okay. Thanks for the info, I guess, right? Now you know, Sam. In case
He
you were
really
wondering.
wants to make sure he's got no place to go, right?
Yeah.
Like he wants to make sure that he pisses like literally every
Yeah.
fucking group and every person off, so he literally has nowhere
He
to go.
started off by making it so that Kiwi Farms would definitely pick up on it. Then he continued by alienating the alt-right community, even though it's barely even exists anymore, because that's the only thing he knows because he spent so much time in jail. Now that he's come out as gay, he also has to offend the gay community because that's how he rolls. But yes, if anybody you can see on the screen, she's just reading the words of an awful, awful man, and I thank you very much for doing a good job with it.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I once had a Grindr bio that read, I'm not that interested in other guys' dicks, mostly just looking for places to stick mine. Gross. As you might expect, I had a lot of fun updating my Grindr bio.
I bet.
And I paid close attention to what worked and what didn't. That bio was among my most successful. Dude, you sound like you're writing your fucking TikTok bio to get more fucking followers and shit.
He is.
My God.
That's how he thinks. Yeah. Just wait till the chastity cages.
Up there.
Okay.
Oh,
I think that blue but
what the fuck?
You're about to learn some deep gay lore, Sam. You ready?
You ready?
Oh my, no.
Buckle up, Buttercup. One thing that blew my mind as I began to encounter them were chastity cages, which did nothing at all to preserve the innocence of those who wore them. They put these things on their dicks to prevent them from getting erect and to make it clear that their cock is not involved in sex. They want other cocks acting upon them. You don't see tops wearing chastity cages. No shit, because their dick has to go in the ass, you fucking retard. Oh, sorry. And actually, I happen to know, unfortunately, for a fact that a lot of the times that's not I don't want someone to touch my dick. It's a thing they get off on by putting that on their dick. It's a kink. You
Yes, he's
Freaking moron.
he's just describing gay kink to us, but he
Yeah.
thinks it's intellectually, high-end shit.
Like, at the same time, I feel like you're fucking kink shaming these people, you asshole.
Oh, he is. He's kink shaming himself.
I don't give a fuck what these people want to do in their own bedrooms. If they want to use a chastity cage, like if that gets you off with your partner, I just don't want to fucking know about it, Cantwell.
Well, now we all know.
Oh, hey, talking about you again.
Small-minded fanatics, what's up?
In fairness, the small-minded fanatics I've had to ban. It's a it's a common enough refrain among the grinder crowd, though by no means universally accepted, that if you're on Grinder, you're not straight. But if people who say this will still tell you they sucked off a straight guy yesterday, even if only for the reasons they let people pick their pronouns.
And so it's like, oh, so you're full on board with the LGBTQ agenda, which actually could work out for him, except for the fact that he's trying to offend them all in the process.
Question before I keep reading. Who is Jason Kessler?
Okay, Jason Kessler is the organizer for the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville.
Okay.
And he's, I will also go on the record and say he's a piece of shit. Just because Cantwell doesn't like him doesn't mean he's a good person. In fact, it probably means he's a bad person because he's associated with Cantwell.
Exactly.
Now she's shocked again.
Yeah, he's not a good person.
No, he's an awful person. Jason Kessler.
That's not even like a you. That's just like that's what that dude thinks.
I drove Jason Kessler like off of the mainstream debate internet. Remember when I told you heard the debate with me and him and Benji Buckles where they both rage quit. Anyway,
The words I'll need you to help me pronounce later on.
That's fine. I'm gonna bring it up so I can see.
Not to pick on Jason Kessler, who I bet has enjoyed a laugh or two at my expense today, but he helps to paint a vivid parallel to the concern I'm expressing here. Last I heard from Jason, he had spent months screaming into the ether that white women were somehow damaged, and that
for this reason,
for this reason, he should be able to put babies in Latinas he was meeting while traveling the world, with a guilt-free white nationalist conscience. I don't think this phenomenon Jason was complaining about is entirely baseless. I just think he's misguided to aim it at white women and propose an
Anglin-esque
abandonment of the European fairer sex.
He's referring to Andrew Anglin, another piece of shit. Sam will know.
Yes, unfortunately, I do know about Andrew Anglin.
Yeah, that's probably the most high-profile person he mentions here. Andrew Anglin founded the Daily Stormer, and sometimes he even posted some of our videos when they were funny. But he is a hardcore white nationalist in hiding in the Philippines or something, and he says that because white women are so horrible that he only wants to sleep with Filipino women. These white nationalists have these really autistic beliefs, and then they end up being the worst white nationalists ever. But I digress.
Yeah, they're white nationalists, but like a lot of them are like either into Latinas or into like Asian women.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end. I know it's getting rough for you. If you need me to take over, that's fine.
Wow, this gets fucking crazy.
It does get crazy. And look, these are quotes from Christopher Cantwell.
Literally, I know you can't see the screen, but like I am reading it off my phone. Like this is what this man wrote.
Yeah.
I would like to point out for any members of my audience, I know that some people were not many people, but a few people I want to say were really offended that I had a Playboy Playmate come on my show and talk about posing nude for Playboy last year. That that's like rated G compared to what we've talked about tonight.
Well,
when
that's
you
why this couldn't be a Whitfield report. It could only happen in the Cringe Coffee House. And this happens sometimes on the show where you get towards the end and everybody gets a little fatigued with the content. But I think we can power through this.
well,
if you need me to take over.
well, I mean, Chris Cantwell, I mean, he might be a power bottom for all we know, so he's only powered through some stuff.
You want me to finish it?
No.
Okay. Well,
Feminism tells women that they need a man like a fish needs a bicycle, and that what they really need to do is to be more like a man, making more money and devoting themselves to a soulless corporation until they're about to hit the wall. In the case of white women, they haven't seen an all-white family in a television commercial in 20 years, and they're promised a ticket to a life free of allegations of racism if they find themselves the bearer of a black child. What about fucking Modern Family? That's definitely been on within the last 20 years, and it's literally an all-white family except for the one Latina wife who actually is real.
Well, see, the problem is though is that like they Cantwell would hate Modern Family because of the gay.
I'll tell you why he will specifically say you're wrong, and you're gonna mention a couple others that you would be wrong about too, because almost every major character on that show is played by a Jewish actor. And he doesn't think Jews are white. He doesn't think.
Hold up. Fucking hold up. I am sick of that fucking bullshit.
I know.
Because you're either white or you're not. Because I'm sick and tired. Because, like, yeah, you know what? No, okay, fine. We're going to go that route. But in that case, if we're going to go, like, it's so fucking bullshit. Because they're attacking everybody that's fucking white based on the color of their skin. But it's like, oh no, they're not white. They're actually Jewish. Oh no, that woman on the bus, she wasn't actually white. She was Ukrainian. But the reason why she was murdered was because of the color of her skin. So other fucking choose it. It's either every person who has white skin is fucking white, or we're not, because it can't be fucking both.
Let me explain. See, these autistic weird guys, these Nazis, they get hyper focused on that. You didn't even know that most of those people were Jewish actors because it doesn't matter to you. And so in most normal people's functional brains, you see a white show with the one Latino. And I didn't want to say it, but I'm like, if I don't explain to her why he would say not only that, but like Friends, he wouldn't say is a white show.
Yeah, I
The Office.
Yeah, no, I
on
get
and
it.
on and on.
Because if there's anybody that was an actor on the show that was Jewish,
right?
Okay, but they're white.
Well,
because like you do that based off someone's skin color.
Yeah,
but
that's racism.
That's the thing. These people have these weird autistic definitions about what like white even is.
Mm-hmm.
And a fun fact, I don't qualify. I'm Irish.
Yeah, technically I don't either because I'm Irish and Portuguese.
Yeah, and Italians don't count and Greeks don't count. Right? It's just stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, so by that logic, Mort and I are both fucked because I'm Irish on my dad's side and then I'm Italian on my mom's side.
Does that go for Scottish too?
Yeah, Celtic.
Well, they're like, hey, Penn's with us too. She's not white.
Do you know what the white nationalists mean by white? Is that they think they're very special because their ancestry is either British or fucking German. And so they must be the special chosen people above everybody else. Because, I mean, look at this guy. What else does he have? What else does he have besides he thinks it's good to be white? He has nothing. This is the words of a very pathetic man. Look, I'm not an anti-racist, Antifa woke motherfucker out there, but I'm also not a racist. I have friends of whoever is cool with me. It's not going to matter. We have friends right here that come on the show all the time who are Jewish. So I guess our show's not all white because we got Italians and Irish and Jews everywhere. And that stuff's stupid to me. But it is what he believes, and we're reading through his words. And so, yeah, he doesn't think that there are any fucking shows that are white because as soon as he sees a Jew, he screams in pain.
Look at that. He's giving us more education that we already fucking know about there.
Not Nazism is fucking retarded. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you could totally take his advice on all these serious world issues. Just look at his personal life. So anyway, speaking of his personal life, go on.
So again, mention that, like, apparently I'm told that I'm going to have a life free of allegations of racism if I find myself a bearer of a black child. Okay. Jason's answer to this was to bang Latinas in other countries. But what about somebody who doesn't get paid to denigrate white women? Guys who can't afford to travel the world. A lot of them are on Grindr. Wow.
Right. So
not because they're gay, but for the same reason straight guys in prison have gay sex. And you can read the last one because I will not say that sentence.
If you want them to stay there, keep calling them faggots.
Look, man. At the same time, he's literally calling other gay people that. At the same time, he's, oh, you can't be a part of this, and we got to have these weird, this is some sort of strategy, I guess, to him. And the other thing, white women who have a black child are free from allegations of racism. Well, that's not even true.
No, it's not.
In fact, actually, they often get most of it.
Yeah.
From people like him.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Yeah. Of course, he's disgusing. But hey,
we're going to get funny again.
On a positive note.
In a thoughtful comment, I was asked about STDs and prevention on Grindr. I caught gonorrhea. But only because this was done on purpose by someone who targeted me and lied. That sucked. But luckily, I caught it before I had much in the way of symptoms. They gave me an intramuscular injection at the ER, and I was good pretty quick. There was an intentional effort to infect me with HIV, and I went on post-exposure
prophylaxis, Truvada, and Incentris HD. I have no idea what any of that is, except prophylaxis is some type of prophylactic.
They fail.
Incentrix HD sounds like a streaming service.
Yeah, it sounds like a JRPG.
There's more.
Oh,
I went on the pre-exposure prophylaxis. This is the main medication used to treat active HIV infection, and it's very effective at preventing the virus from taking hold. I also got what's known as doxypep, or go ahead.
Doxycycline post-exposure prevention.
Basically, taking antibiotics after sexual contact to fight off bacterial infections like gonorrhea before they start.
He's taking all these medications rather than stopping having
oh
gay
my
sex.
God. These things are subsidized by so many foundations and government programs. There's really no reason for anyone not to have them. Wow. If someone has HIV and they take their medication, they can't transmit the virus through sex.
I'm calling bullshit. Hold on.
That's actually not true.
I cannot let that sentence go said on this show without saying I am very skeptical of what it's saying. And this is a quote from Christopher Cantwell. I do not believe people with HIV should have sex without worrying about the transmission of the disease unless a doctor or something talks to you. That is a very reckless thing to say.
Yeah, because there's always a chance that something might be ineffective. Like, you can't go around saying you can't spread it. That's
Notice he
dangerous.
added blood is another story.
Yeah, blood is another story. So it's arguably safer to have unprotected sex with an HIV positive person than somebody who purports to a negative and isn't on PrEP because early HIV infection is more highly contagious, period, than other times, and most people take antigen
Antigens.
tests, which won't detect the virus for 3 months. It is absolutely not safer to have unprotected sex with someone who has HIV. That is absolutely, I have to say, I absolutely know. It is not safer to do that. Do not think that you will be safe doing that. Don't think you'll be safe having sex with somebody else.
I
If
want
you
to
had,
point
like,
out.
no,
I
no, no,
want
no,
to
no, no,
point
no.
out. I want to point out the situation in which I think that this is sort of true. Okay, is if you're a monogamous couple, gay or otherwise, and one person has the disease and is on PrEP, then maybe that is a correct statement in that one instance.
But you can't make a generalized
But
statement
to say
like
this
that.
is extremely reckless, and I just wanted to point out that we are critical of every fucking word of this
Yes.
document. Sorry, this is really important. Don't listen to this asshole.
What the hell?
I know.
I just want to say that I really do not agree with anything that I'm about to read. Absolutely, I do not agree with what he says. I'm literally just reading Christopher Cantwell's words
Yeah.
that he himself admitted in video that he wrote. So, even if you get HIV, you're not going to die from it in almost any case. It just means you have to take a pill once a day for the rest of your life. There can always be problems with meds or evolutions of a virus, so it's not without consequence, obviously, but it's not a death sentence.
I want to say he's not necessarily correct about the reasons why, but I would say AIDS today is less of a death sentence than it used to be, and I don't see that as a bad thing.
I just don't like.
But the way he puts, it's hard to process.
It's the way he puts it. That's the problem. That's why I just want these are not my words. I am reading Christopher Cantwell's words.
And by the way, all of this is a way for him to, in the next sentence, justify that he just doesn't like condoms.
Yeah. Oh well, what do you know? Condoms are extremely unpopular on Grindr. I rarely use them myself, and it was worth going on meds not to worry about it. That's fucked. That is a fucked up way to think about it. That is a fucked up way. I don't like using condoms, so I just go on PrEP instead.
Not just PrEP, multiple medications.
That is such an unhealthy way to think about it.
To facilitate your regular sexual habits, you have to take multiple medications. Whatever.
Oh my god. I mean, maybe, but I still don't like the way he puts it. Since so many people have these meds, there's a sort of herd immunity like phenomenon that it's a lot safer than it used to be. But
that is an awful way to look at it, because then you're just gonna heighten risks for people.
That's why I'm saying I don't like what he's saying.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Any gay guy listening right now probably knows better than we do that what he's saying is retarded. But if you don't,
yeah.
Him.
Well, what gay guy would want to listen to anything that this dude has to say?
Well, I'm willing to bet they'll have the same take that I have, that there's parts of what he's saying that's true and parts of what he's saying that is insanely reckless and could get people killed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That he writes that you read, and you just go based on a bunch of other stuff that you just said not that long ago, and then reading this, can you figure out what side you're on?
Go ahead.
But I was always sketchy about going anywhere near a bottom who wasn't on PrEP. The risk disparity for top versus bottom is fucking huge. Like 1,000 to 1 or something. Somebody who would let someone they just met fuck them without a condom in the ass is playing Russian roulette, albeit with a revolver that has 100-round cylinder.
So great visual for you.
You do that.
Yeah, he puts a gun in his butt.
My primary practice was discuss sexual histories with people until I caught gonorrhea from a liar and discovered because I was targeted for HIV infection. That was a wake-up call. Once the Rainbow Mafia got that idea in their heads, we'll give the crying Nazi HIV, things started getting crazy real fast. I don't know why so many nationalists are weirded out by gay sex after spending the last 8 years in an ideological circle jerk where all their friends have fucked one another in such a tremendous diversity of ways. Well, because when you just screw someone over, like you fuck them out of money or something like that, it's not the same thing as fucking someone in the ass, bro.
Yeah, disagreeing in debates is the same as me having gay sex. He says.
No, honey, I'm sorry, but it's not.
And then we got through the essay. So where the last page, the little sign off mess, at least for now.
It's the last line.
I know. That is a killer last line, huh?
Y'all are versatile as fuck. What does that mean? Anyway, there's really only one scenario in which I would actually recommend that a straight guy get over his aversion to homosexuality and start banging guys. That situation is if you made the tragic mistake of getting wrapped up in the alt-right and you've said 100 times that you're no longer involved and you're sick and tired of having small-minded anonymous losers around you and you just want to find and block as many of them as possible. Gonorrhea is a small price to pay for this. That's why I started laughing and coughing so much, is because I read that last line and I went, oh my fucking God.
Gonorrhea. Gonorrhea. When you're drinking a nice tea and it burns when you pee. Gonorrhea. Anyway, so what are your thoughts on this essay, Sam? You're a writer.
I mean, like, I'm not really sure if I have much, like, from a writing perspective.
Well, that's okay, because we're about to get to the part where we need your writing.
Well, hold on, though. I just want to say that, like, I know way more about, like, gay sex than I ever wanted to now.
We all do.
And, like, I don't even have a problem with, like, you know, people being gay, but, like, I think that, like, even most, like, reasonable gay dudes would, like, agree that this is a bit much what Cantwell is, you know.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
I also want to know, he says, like, the Rainbow Mafia out to get him. Like, I wonder if the Rainbow Mafia is in the room with him right now.
Well, like, I mean, he might be part of the Rainbow Mafia.
Well, I'm just look, yeah, there's totally like gay activists. We see that all the time. We've been talking about that with the tragic events as of late, but I'm pretty sure his is the Rainbow Mafia. It sounds more like a schizophrenic delusion there's like a group of gay guys who he's fucking and is also blackmailing him and stalking him around and trying to give him AIDS, but also fucking him, but also keeping all his secrets, but also fucking him. Like he's literally writing himself having gay sex montages. He's doing so much fucking. Which, it's funny because when he was like primarily trying to get with women, he would complain that he couldn't get laid at all. Soon as he switched teams, he is a man's man. Who knew? I knew. I said it. So, there's another thing he wrote. You could get the PDFs in that same post at the bottom.
I'm trying.
But I had it up here in a tab.
That's what happens to me.
Let me see if I can...
Yeah, because I try and I literally just get a white screen.
Yeah.
I wanted to read it, but I can't. I don't know if I can. That's far away.
Well, I'll maybe if I zoom it in. So Sam, you ready to the big reveal of the cover? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
No, let me
Yeah.
let me oh dear God. Wow.
I love like how speechless you got for a second there.
So the blonde one is Cantwell, and the brunette is Jeff, his beloved Jeff. So we're gonna have a dramatic audiobook reading, and if you thought what you just fucking heard was awful, well, you're about to see Cantwell's debut as a gay porn writer on Amazon and Literotica under the pseudonym Rick Grimes, or what was it? Griner?
Rick
R-
Reiner.
Rick Griner. This is
Yeah.
called Saving Myself for Marriage. Kinda. Chris Cantwell's big debut. And I make no apologies. We have to do this. Unfortunate. And we're gonna start with I'll do the introduction because that's not part of the story. We already know the introduction, but this is in universe. Dear reader, thanks for reading my first attempt at writing erotica and romantic fiction. I made this PDF available to a limited number of people, largely for promotional purposes. As Rick Griner, I have no reputation as a writer yet, so it cannot hurt for more people to get a glimpse of my work. I don't mind so much if you want to share it with your friends, but please keep in mind that this is not a free book to be distributed publicly. I hold the copyright there too. That's how authors start their book, right, Sam?
Totally.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should actually like DM like Andrew Nelson about that. I'd be like, "Hey Andrew,
Yeah,
is
here's
this
an idea
normal?"
for how to start your next book.
Yeah.
And he's going to be like, are you on crack? And you're going to be like, no, it was the meth that made me say that. My name is not really Rick Griner. That is a pen name I assumed for this purpose. I've been writing another
Hold on. You're not supposed to say that.
I know.
The pen name is a pen name for a reason, so that people don't know who you are. You dumb fuck.
And he's like, come find out who I am.
Yeah, like
It's
what
great.
the hell?
Cantwell has been in the closet with his head peeking out, like, please see me, please see me. I've been writing other genres professionally. What? Fucking hate speech? For a very long time. And because I believe to be pretty good at it. Whether or not I am good in this genre is up to you. I bet you he's best at this genre. But the feedback thus far has been overwhelmingly positive, for which I'm very grateful. Having started at the beginning of this introduction that this is romantic fiction, I might clarify that most fictional stories have an element of truth to them. This story is no different in that respect. Some of the people I give this file to will have a better idea what I mean by that than others. But for now, it must suffice to say that I am neither so low a creature as to tell the world intimate details about my sex partners, nor creative enough to have made this up off the top of my head. Perhaps time will arrive when I can be more specific publicly. It's arrived, baby. In closing, a bit of nonfiction I'll share with you after having learned it the hard way. Sex is a big deal. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise, especially Chris Cantwell in his own essay fucking that we just read. Enjoy the read. Go ahead, Sam.
I do want to just put this out there. My friend of the Whitfield Report, Terrence Hugh, is an adventure fiction writer. However, he has also written a romance novel as a straight married man. So there are straight married Christian men who actually do write romance novels, or at least one.
They probably don't describe what we're. Dude, this is not a romance novel, Sam. This is smut.
This is smut.
Right, but
Hardcore.
This isn't even oh my god, what the fuck is that app that I fucking use? This isn't even what is it, like WhatsApp or whatever? No.
Wattpad.
This isn't fucking Wattpad smut. This is AO3 smut.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. I know, but I do find it funny because Cantwell just said that this is romance, and
Hell, I
yeah.
haven't used
Well,
that
his
fucking
his
brain app in a while.
look, man. I believe in my heart of hearts that his idea of romance is him banging a twink while he rants about the Jews. I believe that. So you want to take a crack? Anybody want to take a crack at reading this wonderful love story?
I mean, I guess I don't do voiceover work very much, but fuck it, I'll try.
All right.
For the cause, it's worth it. I got it up on screen there if you want, but I'll be right back.
Well, you might not be able to read part of it.
That's fine. By the way, I know you're watching this, Morpheus, on Rumble. So yeah, you fellow crippled. I know you're gonna get a big kick out of this. When I was released from prison after far too many years, I longed for the touch of a woman. As luck would have it, I'd not have to wait too long to find it. One who had years ago rejected my marriage proposal heard about my release on the news. She emailed me, hoping to reconnect. In mere days after I got my own place, she was in my bed. Having felt the sting of her rejection all those years ago, and having been deprived of a woman's softness for all that time, the comfort she brought me in this was unrivaled. But as we began to fall deeper in love with one another, I realized that whatever history, we had no prospect of a future together. Though everything else about the relationship was going very well, this certainty that our time together would eventually have to conclude nagged at my conscience. To keep sleeping with her, armed with the knowledge, I felt like let me start over again. To keep sleeping with her, armed with this knowledge, I felt like a predatory criminal. And the guilt consumed me. So abruptly, I ended our romance, ostensibly over a petty dispute. She saw right through my thin deception and demanded a more honest answer.
Let me pull it up for you here.
I explained to her that although she had now, at the age of 46, changed her mind about never having children, a man's interests and those of a woman are quite different. With money and exercise, I can get a younger woman and live a happier life and a large family than I could by staying with her in exchange for a more immediate comfort. Well, this main character sounds like a douchebag, but
he is. Fun fact.
Yeah. She begged me not to leave, even offered to be with me in a polygamous marriage. She said I didn't have to worry about the future and that we could just enjoy one another until the time came for us to part ways, whenever that happened to be, so long as it was not now. Which, you know, I don't just kind of putting this out there, like, that's not like a horrendous proposal either. Tempted though I was to give into these demands, I knew it would be wrong to take advantage of her if I deprived her of what little time she had left to find a husband. I'd be sentencing her to die alone just so I could be comfortable for a few more months. Oh, how noble of you, douchebag. Knowing I was about to damage her either way, I opted to rip the band-aid off quick rather than slow. I left her just before Valentine's Day.
What a dick!
What the fuck?
What a dick!
Less than 1 year ago from the time of this writing. The guilt of this consumed me, and I swore not to do that to another woman for as long as I lived. From this day forward, I would save myself from marriage, in a sense. But I am a man, and I have needs that must be met.
So, what do you think of the writing so far, Sam? There's good stuff?
Well, so Max, as you both know, I have Shadows of Deception, but I also have Blood Ties. And one of the characters in Blood Ties is a mafioso character. And the thing about writing, like, you know, criminals is even like your criminal characters, if you're going to have them as the protagonist, you're supposed to make them sympathetic, you know, somewhat.
I know, right?
Right?
I love how he's subverting that by making his protagonist the most unlikable piece of shit possible in like one page.
Yeah, like if you're going to make your character unlikable, like you at least need to build up to it, right? Like even Hannibal Lecter is more likable than this at first.
Well, you know, Cantwell
dude-
is an artist, Sam, and he is subversive and transgressive. And so when you say it's bad writing to make your character a completely narcissistic douchebag that nobody could possibly relate to, Cantwell says, "Oh, yeah? Well, here I did it anyway."
Good on you, champ, I guess. But anyway, going back to the story.
Let me pull it up a little bit. Except I do like that line though. But I am a man, and I have needs that must be met. Jesus, guy.
Oh, I was reading like for Chef Boy. I've had more than a few gay friends over the course of my life. Some of whom told me the craziest stories about a GPS-based all-male dating app called Grindr, where gay men seek each other out for sex and usually little else. I'd taken advantage of this from time to time over the years, most notably while traveling alone, by myself in a hotel room. I'd create and later delete a fresh account. I'd find somebody whose idea of a good time was to suck a stranger's cock and make his night as much as mine. Yeah, but Chris is totally straight, right? Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, this is actually it's straight erotica, according to him.
Yeah. Reeling from this experience with the woman and driven mad with lust, I decided to try grind again. This time from home.
Oh.
I have so many questions. Like, how bad must have this woman have been? That he like
Either that or it's like, man, you skipped probably like 600 steps from broke up with a girl to, hey, let me check out Grindr.
Yeah, I feel like there's like I feel like there needs to be more. Yeah, I feel like there's like something we're missing. Like,
You got point A, you got point B. That's all
yeah.
it is. He just immediately broke up with girl. Man, I feel bad about it. Let me get some cock. The funny thing is the story's 17 pages. I feel like if it were a novel length, it might actually be worth reading because like there'd be a build, but there's no build here.
Yeah, like,
Actually, there is though, because the foul language you're about to witness and the awful things you're about to see written in print. But I digress. Where were we? Okay.
yeah. So as I was saying, reeling from this experience and driven mad with lust, I decided to try Grindr again. This time from home. I met a number of men with varying results. Several had come and gone by the time I met Jeff.
Come.
A name I'd only come to know days after our first meeting. Side note, why is there always a gay guy named Jeff?
I actually know a guy from school that was his name, and he's gay and became a drag queen. But honestly, one of the nicest people I know. He was like one of the people that stood up for me when I was in high school. When I got bullied, so like I'm not. I think he's a cool dude, but yeah, it's just funny that you said that. And it's like I actually do know someone with that name.
Well, just don't name your kid Jeff if you don't want him to be gay.
Yeah.
By the way, Jeffree Star is totally based.
That is true.
I've been saying that for years. I've been telling you with like some of his thoughts.
Yeah, that's another story, but
just had to throw
anyway.
that out there.
The night I first messaged him, it was pretty late. I had almost given up for the evening.
Oh, okay. Well. Oh, here we go.
Oh God, here it goes. You can look at the difference.
I thought I might have seen him.
Hold on. I just real quick before you start this, I just want to throw out there. He didn't even write a full paragraph about the woman. Jeff?
Yeah,
bang!
Now it's like actual writing.
Okay, sorry, Sam. I just had to point it out.
Yeah, no details on the women whatsoever. My God,
name, bro.
My God, we're getting Jeff's whole like backstory here.
Jeff's my favorite character, to be honest, because there's only three. The sort of imaginary girlfriend, and then there's Rick, and then there's Jeff. So if you have a favorite character, it's gonna be Jeff.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna be Rick.
He's already a dick.
Um,
I would love to interview the real Jeff. Never mind, Sam. Go ahead.
I actually think that might be entertaining for you to do as well. But anyway, continuing on with the story. I thought I might have seen him on the app before, but he wasn't one of those familiar faces who seemed to be there all the time. This seemed to me a positive sign, given what I'd come to observe about the prevailing levels of human quality in this venue.
I know everything
No.
he says is like annoying, right?
Wow.
Rick, beggars can't be choosers necessarily, buddy.
Oof. Poor Rick. It's a good thing he's not a real person, huh? Because that might really hurt.
Bro, we're getting like full on description of this dude.
Yeah. His smiling young face of 23 years told me that he was not a threatening character. There was nothing obscene about his profile. He was pictured in both the driver and passenger seat of a car, indicating he both owned his own and maintained relationships with other people. His light-colored hair and fair complexion put me at ease, because in prison I had learned to stick with my own kind. Wow.
He even throws his Nazi shit into his gay porn. That's
So
amazing.
He's talking about Jeff the way I would describe like a Playboy playmate that I had a crush on.
you know what gets me? It's so he's talking about he's got light, so he's blonde, fair skin, guarantee he's got blue eyes. And he says, in prison, I learned to stick with my own kind. You know the first thing that made me think of? Remember the ex I told you about? So he was blonde, blue eyes. There was one time he looked at me and he said, you know, if Hitler was still around, they'd kill you, but I'd be alive still. And I was just like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And that is why I have issues listening to Rammstein. Among that and other things with that dude, it was just that shit that I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
It's funny because he's going in his little Nazi, and then he'd listen because Nazi band who has ever fucking existed, and he's just stupid, and he thinks German equals Nazi. You know that song I like, Deutschland?
Mm-hmm.
That song is about how can I be proud of my country with the things that it's done. That's literally what the song is about, having patriotism when your history of your country is dark. Deutschland, my heart's on fire because I love you, but you make me sick. That's what it translates to. So if he thought he was a Nazi listening to Rammstein, he's more retarded than your average Nazi.
Well, I mean, he does wear eye makeup now.
That's funny. He's gay too. See, they all go gay, Sam. Nazis are just gay. It's okay to be a racist, even if I disagree with you on some things. Just don't be a Nazi, because you're gonna be gay. I don't care if you like or not. Just don't be a Nazi, because they're gay. Just go join the LGBT mafia. It's less gay than being a Nazi.
I mean, at this point, there's not much difference, it seems like.
There is. They're at least not trying to hide how fucking gay they are.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, though, I love this next part because this shows Rick's age. His screen name was HMU, short for Hit Me Up. Tell me you're a boomer without telling me you're a boomer. Boomer.
Want to bet he looked it up, and that's why he's explaining to the
Yeah.
reader?
Yeah. So I did. But aside from getting some basic stats, he had no bio. But aside from some basic stats, he had no bio to go on, and I had little clue what to say. Most of the men I'd come into contact with described themselves as bottoms, meaning they tend to be on the receiving end of a cock with little expectations for their own. Jeff was versatile, meaning that he could pitch or catch as the situation might warrant.
You asked what he meant by versatile before. He explained it to you.
And
There's pitchers, there's catchers, and there's switch hitters.
Ew.
Versatile is a switch hitter, Sam.
yeah, I gathered that. I still had no interest in pleasuring a man.
Thank
Ex-
God, Sam.
Extra doubt on that one, Rick. They were there in my mind to meet my needs. I had little clue what Jeff's expectations might be. So, move up, please.
Oh, sorry, Sam. I'll put that paragraph at the absolute top, right?
Okay. Yeah. So I'll start again. I have little clue what Jeff's expectations might be. So when I hit him up as instructed, I said something to the effect of, "How about you come visit a faceless stranger and see what happens?" That's not creepy at all.
No.
Jeff.
See, that's if this was a heterosexual story, Rick would be the girl, and that's the guy of like, why don't you take a chance on me and see what happens? That's the fantasy.
Even in his gay porn, Cantwell's the woman.
Yep.
Okay. I had no expectation that this would result in us meeting. I was half kidding. I thought in the best case scenario, he might interrogate my motives, and perhaps I'd win him over. See, now I know that he's the woman. I'm going to get us canceled back by the gays.
That's okay.
He responded, "Oh my God, I'm down," and followed up with, "But I just got off work and haven't showered, so I don't know if I'll be up for more than sucking your cock. Oh my God."
I do think Jeff kind of talks like that, you know. I want to say, like, the real Jeff seems like he's probably an all right dude. And, like, unfortunately, Cantwell came into his orbit, and now we have to read about this dude's life. Notice when Cantwell said, "I wrote you a story," he cut contact. That's what Cantwell said. Yeah, I would fucking too. Straight, gay, whatever. This is creepy, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sam.
I'm reading it with a lisp since Cantwell is the effeminate one here. That's why I'm doing it.
Let me put it up so you can at least get that last one. Make sure it's on there for you. Go ahead.
I was stunned at my good fortune. Moore is totally enjoying this. I told him if he was only willing to suck my cock, that I'd have to just endure the suffering this brought me to enjoy the other benefits of his company. Okay. I asked him to give me 15 minutes to shower myself, and he arrived near exactly at that time.
My God, so Jeff is the mysterious, strange, almost. See, although he described him as very, very white, that's Cantwell's version of tall, dark, and handsome. And Jeff takes the initiative. Jeff isn't playing games. Jeff isn't playing hard to get. That's Cantwell. Even this. Right here. I told him if he was only willing to suck my cock, that I'd just have to endure the suffering this brought me to enjoy the other benefits of his company. He's playing coy. He's flirting. Jeff's just like, yeah, I'll come suck your cock. I'm a little dirty, so that's all it's gonna be, brah.
It's literally like this is just a hookup for me to suck your dick, and Cantwell's like, oh my God, I'm in love.
And I feel like that's the story, because then he writes this shit, hands it to Jeff, and Jeff is like, oh my God, do I call the authorities? What do I do with this? I'm sorry, Sam. We're moving now. Next.
I do want to respond to more.
Go ahead.
Valley Girls, by the way, I can't hate, actually. Yes.
Destiny has been demonetized by YouTube. I don't think that's nearly enough. I think if for the things that he says, I would have gotten banned. We got banned for far less, but hey, what do I know? Unrelated, I know, but just thought I'd throw my thoughts out there. Seeing that Mort said it in chat.
I would agree with that too, Max. But yeah. Okay. Oh my God! I brought him into my small room where I'd taken so few visitors prior. And Max pulled me. Okay, this stream was too gay for yeah, see that porn was like so gay that like even Rumble was like, nah.
I was like, oh my God, we've hit the cap for Rumble's tolerance for our bullshit tonight, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. Let me see here. I got it back up. All right. I was like, oh shit, did Sam get rumbled? Did I get rumbled? What's going on? So
yeah, no, Rumble was just like, nah, this shit is gay. I'm just gonna disconnect this mofo.
Probably a wise decision, but it's not enough to stop us, Rumble.
Okay.
The cycle has been started. It must be finished.
That's what she said.
That's what Rick Griner said.
Yeah. Oh my God! I brought him into my small room where I had taken so few visitors prior. I invited him to sit on the bed while I sat in my desk chair. There, we talked about life for a bit. I told him about the aforementioned heart I broke.
Aww.
I gave him a vague description of my being in online media and how he's becoming anxious about racking up a new string of sex partners by meeting a new man each time I wanted to get off. By the way, I do want to I do want to kind of interject here. Most girls, in my experience, when you start talking at like your online media, like you're a podcaster or whatnot, most of them like just tune out. And I would imagine the same is true for like gay guys, but I don't know.
Are you saying gay guys are like women, Sam?
Damn, Max. Yes, I am.
Well, then that makes Cantwell right, and he's straight.
Well, but he's the woman in the story.
He is the woman. That's the more it goes, the more he is the woman, and tall, dark, and handsome is wooing him. This is great stuff.
Yeah. I explained that and how I explained that being outed would seriously interfere with my career and other relationships. So his discretion was very important to me.
I bet.
He told me he worked at a nearby hospital, but he was on some kind of temporary assignment there. He'd be leaving in a few months and wouldn't at all mind being the sort of friends with benefits type
Whoa,
relationship.
whoa, 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 whoa. So he wasn't even going to be here long term. He was only going to be there for a few months. And Chris fell fucking in love with him and wrote him a story and thought that, like, what? He was going to be like, no, I'm going to stay with you. Dude, he's 23. He's like, I got other people, another dick, and I can go suck. Bye. He wasn't looking for a relationship.
He was like
you were.
every step of the way. This is proving you right too, because he's like, I'm not showered. I'm just gonna immediately be there. You said 15 minutes. I'm gonna be there in 15 minutes. I'm gonna go home. That's what I do. I like hooking up with people. I'm a 23-year-old guy. I'm out on the mingle. And then I come back. Oh yeah, I'll come by sometimes to this one guy, right? And then he hands you this story. This story, not just any story. This story. We're not even there yet, but you already see what I mean. If you're the guy, if you were the object of affection in this story, don't you want to call the cops?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Sam. It just feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and boy, this shit gets weirder and weirder. Okay, let me continue on. And I can now only read this in about like girl voice to make it appropriate.
Well, if you ever get you're done, I'll continue in the Cantwell voice, or shoot, you don't feel like you have to keep going when it's too much, man, because this is wild.
No, but it is. To me, it's funnier reading with the gay Lispy voice than it is in the Cantwell.
That's true. Well, you have fun with this one because it's about to get even gayer.
Yeah. On the occasions I bothered to speak with the men who suck me off, I often ask if they are or ever were into women. Most of them have had some experience with women, but realized early on in their sexual activity that they were attracted to men, and at some point began identifying as gay. Jeff made me laugh when he said he was a platinum gay, because not only had he never had a sexual interest in women, but he was born by a C-section and therefore had gone his entire life without the contaminating touch of a woman's vagina. Well, that's
The intimidating touch of a woman's
No,
vagina?
no. The
The
contaminating.
contaminating? The contaminating? I don't know which
That's
one's
what he
worse.
he
I don't know if it's worth with me mishearing as intimidating or that other. What the?
he literally refers to his mother birthing him as being contaminated by a vagina. That's the gayest thing I've ever heard.
This man is so gay. It's not funny, but it is funny.
Oh, that's very funny.
Contaminated by a woman's vagina.
That's right.
That's fucking wild.
You lose a little bit of your gay card if you weren't a C-section baby.
My God.
I'd never heard of this. That's wild.
Me either.
me either. I enjoyed our conversation so much. It seemed they pitied to busy up his mouth. But my cock shut up like a rocket when I went to pour myself a drink, and he said, "Well, if you want me to suck your cock."
Oh my God.
Other words followed, but my attention had frozen there. I asked him if he would like for me to take my pants off, and he nodded.
Oh no. Affirmatively nodded. Oh boy. Okay. Resetting for page 7. We're escalating now. Oh no. Oh, I don't even want to. Oh my God. We're there. Buckle up. He's like, I don't know if I can read this.
Oh,
okay.
fuck.
That's okay because it's up on screen, so anybody watching right now can kind of marinate in it for a moment as we digest as well the words on screen in front of you right now. And if you're an audio-only listener, there's nothing I can say to describe the words on screen that we're looking at right now, except to say that it is the kind of thing that would make you go,
Oh.
You calling it? You want to tap out, Sam? That's okay.
Yeah. Why don't
Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to either you or me. You want this one? Okay.
But can you put it on the bigger screen you have it so that I can read it? Because that's a little small.
Sure.
All right. So at the top?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We're at the top.
When my cock bounced over the waistband of my underwear, his eyes were locked on it with evident desire. He came off the bed and knelt before me as I stood. He placed his hands on the back of my thighs, and the touch of his hands fed into the anticipation of what I knew he was about to do to my cock. Most times I had done this with men before I was sitting or laying down. I approached the close contact with strange men as a potentially dangerous situation that could turn violent, because I have plenty of experience with precisely that scenario. I wanted those men to know that I was not a threat to them, and I have had some concern about them being in a position to knock me off my feet in the past. Wow.
This is what gay guys think about? They're worried about the other guy beating them up?
I don't think that's average gay man.
I hope not.
But with women, I had always loved receiving oral sex this way because it felt very powerful to have someone kneel before me for my pleasure. Wow.
Just gonna put it up there.
Jeff was not a threat to me. He was just slightly effeminate. You might guess he was gay just by taking his food order over the phone, standing 2 inches shorter than me, and of a slight build. He was by no means an imposing character. He seemed so comfortable walking into the home of a man nearly twice his age who had approached him so strangely, as if the thought of violence had never crossed his innocent mind.
My
Wow.
God, you thought of killing this poor man. Jeff, my heart goes out to the real Jeff.
That was not the case, of course.
Of course.
As he disclosed during the course of our discussion, upon my asking, that he did carry a pistol. Far from making me nervous, this put me at ease because I understand the responsibility this requires, having done so regularly before being deprived of that sacred right. Wow. I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt him, and perhaps that informs his perceptions of danger in his environment. He was charming and charismatic, and a pleasure to speak to. A medical professional who had dedicated his life to helping other people. I had completely let down my guard with him. He's in fucking love.
Cantwell and Jeff
Sitting in the tree, sucking dicks. And sorry, we need next page. Come on,
Page 8. Sam, you still okay there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at chat.
You know what? You know what? Cantwell. Owen Benjamin has said some. Owen Benjamin has said some really weird and gay shit on his streams, but Owen has not written a gay erotica yet.
That we know of. We didn't know of this one either.
Oh God, I looked down.
All right.
All right.
Let's go.
Shit. All right. The comfort and pleasure I had previously only known with women was so closely approximated with the warmth of his mouth. When the warmth of his mouth touched the head of my cock, and that warmth quickly engulfed the entirety of it. I moaned out loud just slightly and whispered, "Oh fuck. Yeah, dude."
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh fuck. Yes, dude. Oh my God.
I
What
read it
the
more like oh fuck yeah, dude.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to do it like fanfic here, man. My mind impaired by pleasure. My mind impaired by the pleasure. I could think to say little else for the next few minutes, and I repeated it more than once. You started.
Oh jeez.
Oh, here we go. He was very talented. This might kill me.
Oh, it's getting worse.
He was very talented. Though he took his task seriously, there was a gentleness to what he did to me that almost reminded me of a woman. But with the greater understanding and effort that I had come to find only in men. He gave me the best of both worlds. That disarming softness and affection I thought men were incapable of until that moment. And the devotion to task and competence that is chief among the defining characteristics of mature masculinity. This was not a furious effort to make me come as quick as possible. It did not feel to me like a dirty thing. It was affectionate. I got the sense he was enjoying this as much as I was, and he was in no rush to get it over with. Oh no, okay.
Let's go.
Too far. I asked him if I could touch him, and without diverting his attention from my cock, he mumbled, So I put my hand on the back of his head and ran my fingers through his blonde hair. He rewarded my caress with more depth and I felt the urge to rub his shoulders while he pleased me. This was an unusual desire for me. Prior to this, I had made one man come while we were both high on drugs, using the same masturbatory toy I used to get myself off. Ew. He lost interest shortly after, and the encounter ended somewhat disappointingly. Though I had cause enough to expect this, I had tried returning the favor twice with my mouth quite recently, and this did bad things to my mental state, and I was quickly turned off by it. During the aforementioned drug experience, I had kissed another man for less than 10 seconds. It was not as off putting as I thought it would be, but I did not want to continue.
Oh, you see where we're going?
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, no.
It
Oh
only
my
gets
god.
As Jeff knelt before me and performed this most affectionate of services, I wanted badly to reward him with how he made me feel. Not only the pleasing of my cock, but the moment but in that moment so little remained of the anxiety I had endured while doing this with other men. I felt liberated and was overwhelmed at the relief this brought me. The way this urge to reward him worked on my mind makes the order of what occurred next difficult to recall. In the blurry haze, it seemed like we were lost in one another, and and took time on a different sort of significance. It might as well have all happened simultaneously. I invited him to rise from his knees, as a king might command a warrior after knighting him. Initially, I had the intent of going to the bed, but the urge to kiss him overwhelmed me. While we both stood, I pulled him closely as I stuck my tongue into his mouth without asking. I had no, I had no certainty he would appreciate this. It was not part of my urge to reward him. This was for my pleasure at first, not his. But I did bordered on violent, and I felt like I had taken quite a risk.
Oh no.
Fortunately for me, he quickly reciprocated my passion. This had a multiplying effect on the passion I was experiencing, and I took him down onto my bed with a force he saw not fit to resist. I commanded him to remove his clothes, and he obeyed with some assistance from me. So now he's becoming the Dom? With him on his back, naked, I climbed. Oh my god! I climbed on top of him. The mutual passion of our kiss had driven me beyond all of my prior limits with men. I did not understand what was happening. To say I continued in an effort to understand it better would be to grant too much intelligence to what I was doing. But in hindsight, I might rationalize it this way. I put my hands all over his body, trying to have it for myself. When
Oh, look, I gotta see Sam. I have the thing up so she can see it. So I gotta check Sam. You catch that next sentence before she read it there?
I unfortunately, yes, I did.
Okay. Is everybody okay? Chat, I hope you're okay.
Okay, come on. Okay. I put my hands all over his body, trying to have it for myself. When our dicks touched, this thrilled me, and I tried thrusting against him, making an unfamiliar effort to aim so they'd not be apart.
Oh my god.
When Jeff
He tried to fuck his penis. Poor Jeff.
Wait till they really do
I guess Cantwell confirms that scissoring is real.
when Jeff told me prior to his arrival that he would not be comfortable doing more than sucking my cock, I understood he meant that he would not want to have anal sex. I laughed thinking his mouth was all I laughed thinking his mouth was all that I wanted. But now I wanted badly to be, oh my god, inside of him. I felt like this was the only way to fully achieve the closeness I was sensing from our kiss. This was sensing from our kiss. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, I shouldn't have looked down. Oh god, even a sentence. I imagined the look on his face when I entered him, wincing from my girth at first, hesitant, thinking to tell me to stop, then accepting the inevitability of it, releasing his tension as he gave himself over to me completely, feeling only pleasure on par with mine from then until I tried in vain to give him my feeling only pleasure on par with mine from then until I tried in vain to give him my child. Are you gonna be okay?
I'm okay.
Do you really need a bucket?
I said I should bring a bucket, and then I thought I was a joke, but man, what a way to describe anything. Oh.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh, okay! Oh god! All right! Oh god! Oh god! Good Lord Almighty! I'm sorry. I just have to get that out first. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh,
No, I think we all read it, right?
yeah, I think we have. Okay. I picked up his legs to look at his asshole, and he covered it with his hand. A rush of guilt swept over me that I had made him uncomfortable. Perhaps he thought I would take his ass without permission, much as I had taken his kiss. I promised I would not try to penetrate him without his enthusiastic consent, and I asked eagerly for him to let me just look at it. When he did, the thought passed through my mind in an instant to touch it with my tongue just as fast. He thought about eating ass.
Oh no, that's the whole next paragraph.
Oh my god. In my 30 years of passion. Oh my god. I should not have done this being sick. In my 30 years of passionate sex with dozens of women of all sorts, I had never in my life looked at an asshole with so much lust. Fucking, now I'm loving it because it's so fucking ridiculous. I've enjoyed anal sex with women, but I've only rarely pursued it.
Exit out. I call BS.
A small number of sex partners had offered it to me without asking. From a smaller number of women I had been with for longer periods of time, I demanded the right to say that I had taken them in every way, as a means of fully possessing them. It was very erotic to take them this way, because less than an inch away was what I typically thought the grandest of prizes. It seemed almost humorous to fuck them in the ass while there was a pussy so nearby. Jesus.
Oh my god.
I had to contribute something
Yeah.
to this.
Nearly all the men I had been with before were older than me. Most were not much to look at, and I was not there for their looks. They were there to suck my cock. They were a utility, a professional service in a sense. One I obtained for free, or or at least the cost of my dignity. I had no
True.
desire I had no desire to connect with almost any of them, and certainly not to possess a single one of them before this moment.
Jesus Christ. Oh, we were
Whoa!
page 10. Page 10. It's fine.
Yeah. I, d- I didn't just want to get something from Jeff. I didn't just want him to get me off. I wanted to have him. And since he lacked a vagina, I would have to go directly from his mouth to his ass to have him in every way. Understanding his previously stated concerns for cleanliness, I invited him to use my shower. I told him he did not have to be ashamed of anything that might happen, and assured him I was fully informed by experience with women as to what that meant. I wanted to completely have him, and the only force powerful enough to prevent me from taking what I wanted and was tempted to think of his mind to take was his lack of consent. He's a fucking rapist. Jesus fucking Christ. But it would not be mine tonight. He offered instead again to suck my cock, and I was hardly about to say no to this. Of course not. He did for some time, and though his efforts were thoughtful, talented, and heroic, I knew after a while
Heroic!
I knew after a while of this that it would not make me come.
Oh.
It had been so long since my last ejaculation, and having trained myself to delay climax for the purpose of pleasuring women, I often had difficulty coming from oral sex. A lifetime of women teaching me that blowjobs were mere foreplay trained my mind to think I'd be stealing.
Dude.
A lifetime of women teaching me that blowjobs were merely foreplay trained my mind to think I'd be stealing to come in a mouth.
That's a strange way of looking at it.
Have I once ever treated a blowjob like that with you?
I don't know what the fuck he's even trying to talk about. This is insanity. This is all insanity to me.
Typically, when a woman is giving a blowjob, it is specifically because she wants to get the dude off. Sometimes it's to do that instead of sex.
Well, yeah, but
so
he's a beggar though, so it's different.
I mean, I know there are some women out there that don't like giving blowjobs. Like, they're not the worst thing in the fucking world, but like, I just find it's just more of him writing and doing stuff to justify.
It's more
everything.
of him making sex transactional. I'm stealing because I didn't have sex with your vagina, so I didn't get you off. So because it's a transaction and not like anything but that, then I'm stealing if I don't finish the job. That's basically what he's saying.
My God. Few women ever tried to make me come this way. The men who had brought me to climax from oral sex usually found themselves in a position to do so because I had been so backed up, and I didn't care who got me off. I take a great deal of pride in my sexual stamina.
Jesus Christ.
But now I wanted so badly to come just so I could... But now I wanted so badly to come just so I could feed it to him and show him how good he made me feel. I knew this would be almost impossible to do, though, and that beautiful mouth had to be getting tired eventually. So I told him that it was hardly uncommon for my cock to outlast the mouth sucking it, and that though I would love nothing more than for his mouth to stay there forever, I'd understand if he needed to stop.
Jesus Christ. Why did I decide this was fucking good idea? I'm such an idiot.
We
Well,
took the time. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
well, this is cringing over coffee, Max, and
It is.
Now I'm screaming in horror over coffee. These are man-made horrors of which my brain cannot comprehend. I brought
Yeah.
it all on myself, so
Trust me.
Yeah.
They do. Sorry, I'm talking.
boobies.
Okay. We checked the time, and daylight would soon be upon us. He had to be home, and I did not want my neighbors to know that I had a male guest in my bedroom overnight. They knew.
the
But I-
scandal.
But I could not let him go without rewarding him. So I kissed him, brought him up to where I had been sitting, and took his place at the foot of the bed.
Oh no.
Oh, God, okay. His cock was slightly thinner than mine, but similar in length. When I held it in my hand, it felt familiar, but different.
Oh man.
Having gotten myself off by hand surely thousands of times in the decades I'd been doing it, I know and enjoy the unique feeling of a dick in the hand quite well, but I had little experience with those of others. I had told him earlier that I've had a dick pass my lips, but that I found myself incapable of sucking one for more than a few seconds. Oh boy. When I put when I put his to my mouth, he looked at me with a pleasure shock.
I bet.
With a pleasure shock? When his head hit the back.
Oh.
When his head hit the back of my throat and I stuck my tongue out to lick his balls, he exclaimed, "You've never done this before?"
He's
And
bragging
his
about
other-
his dick sucking skills.
And his other head went back to the pillow. I took this as a strong sign of approval. For a moment, I thought it suddenly made sense to me why he enjoyed doing this. His approval meant so much to me, and I felt a unique satisfaction of my own. I sucked on it hard, losing myself in the experience. At one point, he had to correct me because my teeth had scraped him too hard. This snapped me out of my haze, and the discomfort I had felt when I had tried this before rushed back in. I heard my own voice scream in my head, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" For the first time that night, I felt shame.
Well, thank God you felt shame. It's something.
Keep going, we're not done yet.
Oh my God. Oh, it makes me ill. Oh, but he doesn't. The shame doesn't stop him. Okay.
Nope. I pushed this out of my mind with the mental force of Edward Norton trying to rid himself of Tyler Durden at the end of the movie Fight Club
Jesus Christ.
with a bullet to his own head. This was a good thing, and I would not ruin it with my own thoughts. Had I not gotten so lost in what I was doing that I hurt him, I'd never I'd have celebrated to feel him explode in my mouth. Instead, oh no, here we go. Here's the part. I reached beneath my nightstand and retrieved my favorite sex toy. I've owned a few of these over the years. and became something of a connoisseur.
He's a sex toy connoisseur.
Some are open-ended, making them easier to clean, but the closed-ended ones, such as the one now in my hand, create a vacuum at the penis. Create a vacuum as the penis is withdrawn from it, and the suction it creates is very pleasing.
Good lord.
These are harder and softer material. There are harder and softer materials to them, and this was among the softest I had ever purchased. This one was very much like a woman. There was a
Hold on. He's now describing as lovingly as he described Jeff. He's describing a fleshlight.
yeah.
Okay.
There was a hole made to look like a vagina, opening and centimeters away, a much smaller hole, not unlike the one I had looked at so lustfully a while ago. The channels bend. Oh God. The channels behind each hole are separated by a thin wall, and briefly we double penetrated her together.
Oh my God!
I've taken a woman with another man before,
Oh no.
but we typically took turns. Sometimes one of us would be in her mouth while the other in her pussy, but we never had our dicks bumping against one another, pussy to ass. I thought about doing this with Jeff in the moment, having a woman between us, but being no less drawn to one another, wanting that feeling of our dicks rubbing against each other and her body serving much as sorry. Wanting that feeling of our dicks rubbing against each other and her body serving much as a guide to keep them from missing. My God! This was a much different idea than the great care that was taken to avoid accidentally doing something that could be called gay, as my friends and I used to share girls. My God, 14. Oh dear Lord in heaven.
Yeah, we're not done. Of course not.
He had taken some enjoyment in telling me about his platinum guy status.
Gay. He's platinum gay, remember?
platinum
Because he
gay,
never touched
sorry.
a pussy before.
Yeah, I like I said, it's so hard to read the screen. He had taken some enjoyment in telling me about his platinum gay status, and I would not want to take this source of pride from him. A woman more than likely would have spoiled the whole thing.
He's not gay, though.
But he's not gay.
He's not gay.
But unlike a woman, trying to double penetrate this handheld device proved awkward. It required too much attention. Daylight was coming, and I was not about to send Jeff away without some reward. I returned to the foot of the bed and alternated between the toy and my mouth, giving him one hole of the toy, then the other, then my mouth, in no certain order. I watched his face as I did this, seeking cues. He clearly liked what I was doing with my mouth, but I didn't want to hurt him again, and my hang-ups to get in the way. It was no shock to me that he seemed to enjoy the tight asshole of the toy more than the pussy, and not only because he is gay. I know how good that asshole of the toy feels from my own use, so I stroke him that way as if I were trying to make myself come, and he writhed. My heart fluttered. My heart fluttered to think he was perhaps as happy as me as I was with him. Yeah. My thoughts raced to the idea that I had this kind of power over another man without violence or money being involved.
Oh my God. It's still transactional.
It was a new sort of power I had not considered in 20 years of contemplating that subject deeply. It was very erotic, and I felt my own cock throbbing as I was turned on by his pleasure. When he told me he was coming, I felt the pleasure break with him.
Oh my god.
I remember being uncertain what to do. When I used this toy by myself, how much. Wait. I remember being uncertain of what to do. When I use this toy by myself, how much of it I can tolerate it. Wait. How much of it I can tolerate it after I come varies from one session to the next. To keep going beyond a certain point creates an uncomfortable, hypersensitive sensation. I recall being impressed with other men who made me come and who knew when to stop without me saying so, since in this moment I was so unsure myself.
Well, now we're on a cliffhanger. Does he spit? Does he swallow? We don't even know. Oh
I
my
decided
God.
to keep going until he told me to stop, and that was mercifully brief. I removed the toy. Oh! Sucked the tip of his cock just for a second and tasted another man's cum for the first time in more than 30 years of sexual activity. I set the toy aside with the holes facing up so as not to spill the gift he had given me. I kissed him passionately and put my hands all over his body, hornier now than I was at any other point since his arrival. After taking a few minutes to recover, we looked at the clock and knew it was time for him to go. We got dressed, and I told him I had a really good time and I wanted to see him again. Phew!
We got any thoughts, Sam? We'll take a moment here and gather ourselves. What do you think of the pros so far? You're a writer. Yeah, that's me too.
What
is the phone?
You
what's
didn't put the phone in, so it died.
Oh, my camera. That's okay. I'm gonna
What's-
plug it in now, but
listen, full confession, although I haven't published any of it, I have like at least written one, I guess, erotic scene with a woman featuring a woman in it. This is way more explicit than anything I've written or read before.
it killed my camera, Sam. No, that's just because I didn't plug in the charger.
Dumbass.
But you know,
Oh.
in theory,
I was gonna say that was plugged into my phone, but there you go.
in theory, it killed my camera, and I'm gonna have to charge it for a minute before we come back. But we might finish by then.
Well,
Oh my god.
Chris certainly seemed to finish.
Oh yeah, I mean he's wrapping things up at least. No, wait, he doesn't wrap it up. We've already established that. Never mind. This was awful, but it had to be. It's like exercising a demon, you know.
So wait, he just left that store on a cliffhanger then.
Well,
Where was? Okay. He told me it was his best grinder meat ever.
oh, here we go.
At first, I was inclined to distrust what he said. I scraped him with my teeth, failed to come myself, and had so many firsts I didn't even know what else I had done wrong that night. But Jeff was not a liar. I could see that in him when he first walked through the door. His fearlessness to enter this place with this stranger was that of a man who trusts because he can be trusted. His profession is to care for the sick. His gun is uncontroversial because he would never use it to harm the innocent.
He loves Jeff.
Yes, he does. The openness and generosity of his sexual performance was that of a man who had nothing to hide. Realizing his sincerity, I took great pride in his compliment. As I walked him to the front door of the building, I could scarcely resist the urge to hold his hand. Returning to my bed in his absence, I laid there with my thoughts racing. I kissed him.
Yeah, he's the woman.
Yeah. A prostitute won't kiss you because that breaks all the rules. That's intimacy, not sex. What have I done? I sucked his cock. I liked sucking his cock. I saw a toy. You forgot to put the. I saw the toy where I had placed it, and my erection returned at the prospect. His cum was still inside it, still warm from the thick insulation of the toy. I entered it, and neither before nor since had it felt so good to jack off alone.
Oh no. Hold on, let me bring it up so that everybody else can witness.
I smelled the cum, and there was plenty of it. It wet my balls, and this drove me absolutely wild. I picked up my phone and sent him a message on Grind to tell him what I was doing. He said it was hot, and I agreed wholeheartedly. After I came, I let him know that he had finally gotten me off. I just needed his cum to do it. I told him I was going to try and get some sleep, which was not really a nice thing for me to do after he had been so honest and open with me. I laid there, unable to sleep, thinking about what had happened.
God.
There's more fuck. I had come to Grindr seeking to avoid the emotional entanglements of women. I had found what I thought I wanted dozens of times. Pointless, unsatisfying sexual encounters. What amounted to little more than masturbating with the assistance of someone else's mouth. It confirmed for me, in some sense, what some would describe as bigoted stereotypes about gay people. Lust-driven sexual deviance with hardly another thought to consider. As the time between encounters grew shorter with each meet, I'd become painfully aware that my needs were not being met. Worse than this, I was becoming one of those stereotypes myself.
You think?
I thought I was starting to understand how they emerged. Unfulfilled by what we were doing, we sought only the next thrill. Like drug addicts, chasing highs, avoiding lows, wondering what unforeseen catastrophe would force us to stop our behavior. As I laid there, I realized that for the first time since I had left that woman's bed, I was truly satisfied. But now, I had what amounted to a boyhood crush on a man half my age. The experience was different from the affections for women.
I bet.
This was entirely new. I felt like a child confused by his puberty.
I bet.
I knew for certain that I had gotten myself into something I had not bargained for, but I was not about to stop.
So he did leave it on a cliffhanger. Parting remarks from the author.
You got that. I will be right back.
Take
Oh my God, my
yourself
fucking
a
knees.
moment. Yeah.
You can.
I mean, so this is the last page, so I'll just read real quick. Parting remarks from the author. Thanks again for reading this promotional PDF copy.
No, I hated reading that shit. Me and Sam are scarred.
Saving myself for marriage, kinda. By yours truly, the not-so-famous Rick Griner. At the time I am writing these closing remarks, I have 2 other stories like it saved as drafts, though they are substantially less romantic, and one of them much less emotional. You can send me an email at rickgrinerbrooks@protonmail.com. Maybe one of these days I'll set up a website, and let's get this. He has a back cover for us. Ready? straight man, fresh out of prison, breaks a woman's heart. Reeling from the guilt, he vows never to damage another woman like that again. But he is a man, and he has needs that must be met. Seeking to avoid the emotional entanglements of the fairer sex, he tries his hand with men. When he meets Jeff, he gets more than he bargained for. About the author, Rick Greiner is an absolute nobody. You can find his torso featured on various all-male dating apps. And that's what we got, Sam. That's a lot. I know. I want to thank you for hanging in here with me through it.
You literally just did a podcast called Gay Pornography.
I did, and that was a running joke. And now it's way too fucking real. I won't be making that joke anymore, Sam. I think the gay porn joke is dead. So thanks, Cantwell.
I think well, I have a lot of thoughts.
Oh, by all means, share any thoughts you have. I traditionally, I'm trying to get the camera booted back up here, but it'll take a second.
Well,
I traditionally do, Sam, on Cringing Over Coffee, so we might as well finish up that way with what did you learn today?
I learned that first off, I learned way more than I ever wanted to about the gay lifestyle.
Facts.
Also, anyone who thought that my interview with Karina Harney from last year was even mildly spicy, it was not at all.
Compared to this.
Yeah, absolutely not. I learned that my friend co-host Max actually will, vomit somewhat.
I came fairly close this time, Sam. Not gonna lie. This shouldn't work. Hold on. Ha! Back.
And I learned that your greatest mortal enemy is an absolute fruitcake.
Super gay. My God. I predicted him being gay, but I don't think I predicted he would be that gay. And now my thing froze, huh? Well, damn. Damn. I'm pretty sure because I started the camera up, even though it's plugged in, it died again, Sam. So anyway, I guess that's going to be... This was a 4.5 hour show, so that's fine.
Oh, God.
What did you learn today, Maxine? That's how we always end the show.
I learned way more things than I ever needed to know about Christopher Cantwell. I know that he can say what he wants about me. That's fine. I don't care no more. Cause bro, you suck dick.
Yeah, he sucks dick.
That makes you gay. As my husband says all the time, you can't unsuck a dick.
Yeah, and you can't unpublish a story about
gay.
it either.
You're gay. You were in love with Jeff after one meeting and having him. Yeah, you were the woman that fell for the guy like that. That's kind of sad. It's definitely a fan fiction.
It's a Chris Cantwell fan fiction.
I don't think that he could write a novel or novella or anything like that, like Sam could do or can do or does. He's definitely a fanfic writer. Fuck, even I'm working on an original story, trying to write a novella myself. So like, I know that my shit's better than that. Even my fan fiction is better than that. Even my sex scene in my fan fiction was better than that.
If it was not degenerate and mega gay, it would be considered trash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Granted, if you made it a man and a woman, there are ways that you could fix the story to make it better, but the way he did it is just... I mean, not even... You can write a good fan fiction of two gay men in a relationship and have it be written well and good. That was just... I'm writing this for you because I love you and I want to write it for you so that you think it's like really like romantic and you'll like fall in love with me. And Jeff was like, yo, bro, I just wanted you to suck my dick. What the fuck?
Because I told you I was a writer. You see, I'm a writer. I wrote all about our night together. It was so special to me. And Jeff's like, well, who are you? He's like, I know Jeff wouldn't lie about saying this was his best night ever. Jeff's like, he says that to literally every guy.
Yeah. Because, like, no offense, but just like in the stories, that's the type of man where, yeah, he just wants to get whatever he wants. Whether, I mean, because, man, there are some men out there that will literally just be with a woman just because he wants to eat pussy. There are men like that out there, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever. Like, you know, but it's like, that's the guy that just wants to get what he wants. So he says whatever. He schmoozes you. You can trust him because of everything. And then at the end of it, he's like, which one were you? Because you find out he was actually fucking like 6 other women.
Well, he also never said, like in that story itself, Jeff never expresses any deep connection with this guy except that, oh, well, I enjoyed our sex. Jeff's just like Chad homosexual guy that's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go sleep with this dude. And then the dude's like, oh my god, Jeff, I love you so much. I wrote you this story. And Jeff's just like, bro, I'm moving soon.
Yeah.
Don't look me up.
I also
Based Jeff.
not that I honestly would have wanted there to be any more dialogue because it would have been bad. But there was not a lot of dialogue in that fucking thing.
There was almost no dialogue except him talking to himself because Cantwell can't write dialogue for anybody else.
That's like, I'm criticizing it now. Like, looking at it as a piece of work, criticizing it. There's no fucking... no talking between them. There's no connection. There's not even you really understanding what's going on because he doesn't even describe it well enough. Like, I mean, if you really want to do a smut, like, you would describe more than just
don't challenge him to describe it better in the future. Jesus Christ.
He's already got the other 2 written. So
I know, and then you're gonna encourage
if he edits them and makes them better.
We could sell them on Sam's label.
Fuck no.
No,
Now,
it's disgusting. Like that like borderlines on like the smut that I hate reading, where it's like the smut that's literally just as like disgusting as it can be, or like the rape fantasies or shit like that. It's just, I mean, because even there it kind of is, because basically he thought like, I'm just gonna fuck his ass, whether he likes it or not, was basically what he's implying was going through his mind.
But because he liked Jeff more than just that, then he didn't.
Yeah.
Because he's so fucking noble.
But if he didn't like him as much, he totally would have raped him in the ass.
Yeah, if he didn't think he was a sacred, delicate little flower, he just would have taken it. Everything about everything we read tonight is awful. I denounce Chris Cantwell and everything he has to fucking say.
Yep.
But it had to be done because fucking even Josh Moon streamed about it. And this is like literally my guy. And I was supposed to do a stream about him being in jail. So like this comes out. Well, I have to cover this. And now it's covered. And so now everybody can know from now until the end of time that Christopher Cantwell is a gay homosexual man, potentially with AIDS.
who has gonorrhea, which was a small price to pay. That's what he said.
To get rid of
Gonorrhea.
all those damn Nazis.
Gonorrhea is a small price to pay. Christopher Cantwell, 2025.
And that's what I learned, Sam, is that apparently gonorrhea is the small price to pay to get rid of Nazis on the internet. I didn't know that. I still am not sure it's accurate, but I definitely learned it. We at Right to Offend Media think that Christopher Cantwell is one of the biggest pieces of shit in America, and I hope that his trial goes well for the state. That's about my final thoughts on it. Unless you got anything else, Sam. Obviously, check out the Whitfield Report each and every Monday and Wednesday over on Sam's channel. And he is a real author. His books do not contain any gay pornography, so far as I've seen. And you can pick up his books, which are actual real books about stuff that's fun to read, like spy thrillers and mafia stuff, and even kind of a Western. Check him out, Sam Whitfield on Amazon.
Yeah, although I will say that I think book 5 might be I'm currently writing the next book, and it might be, well, it will unfortunately be darker than previous books because we had a political.
Well, they deal with heavy subjects. I'm not going to say they don't, but they aren't at least disgusting filth. They are stories of espionage, political intrigue, love, loss, and things like that.
You know what, though, Chris?
And heroism, of course.
You know what, though? Chris Cantwell would not want to read, Sins of the Assassin, though, because John Ryder's love interest is a Mossad agent. So.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, no, there's a Jew involved. It's the worst thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess he's like, you know what's funny about all of that we just read? I have no update on the status of what's going on with him. Is he in a rehab program? He mentions being in a program, but that could be both a jail or a rehab facility.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what charges he's facing or lack thereof. All I know is he's really gay and wanted us all to experience his gay pornography. So, unfortunately, we did. It's never coming up again. I'll just refer you to this stream. You can't say I didn't cover the fucking material.
And fuck Cantwell for traumatizing and scarring me and Sam, who apparently disappeared.
That's right. He faded into the background, literally.
There he is! He's back!
Because he was ashamed of the things that had been said tonight, and I don't blame him.
We've been traumatized by having to read that fan fiction. And by the way, Sam, little bit of a fuck you for tapping out when you did. You left me with all the sex stuff.
Well, you were enthusiastic at first.
Yeah, I was, and then I kept going, and I go, oh God.
Yeah, you kept thinking to yourself, how much worse could it get than it did?
Oh yeah. It's like with every turn of the page, he just went, hold my beer.
Yeah.
So, sandwich makers will be something not gay.
It'll be fun.
And not sad. What about you got, has any more got anything for Bits and Boats tomorrow?
Well, I won't speak for him, but, like, I know that we've been planning to talk about Mafia the Old Country, and then, the 007 game, which I'm hoping that will be good. So,
You know, at some point, Sam, I'll do an update on Dave's stream, because that would be like a palate cleanse after all this. I mean, he's upset. He's not doing happy, but he's doing okay, and he's very funny. So I might have to do that for my soul, Sam.
Yeah.
Maybe we can follow him on his journey for him to find the prime flavors that he so desperately wants.
Yeah, WWE got Dave fucked up, Sam. He's looking for their promotional prime flavors, and he can't find them. He drives all over the state. He's very upset about this, is Dave. So yeah, gamer stuff on Bits and Bones, fun stuff, sandwich makers. We'll probably be a little, back in the swing of a little less depressing next week for other shows too.
I am going to try and get I'm going to try and get one of my author friends to come on for the Monday Whitfield report. Clearly unfortunately everyone is just so shell shocked.
Yeah.
Still by the Charlie Kirk news that
Well, don't let them see this because they'll have a whole different kind of shell shock to add to it.
Oh, and I have to say this because I have a huge amount of respect for Erica Kirk. I think that she is an extremely strong, badass woman. I don't know, except by the grace of God, how she is on her feet, how she's doing what she's doing after this insane loss that her and her family have suffered through. And I just wanted to say a huge fucking congratulations to her because she is the CEO of Turning Point USA.
Yeah, they named her the CEO today, Sam.
I saw that right as I was eating dinner, and honestly, my first reaction was wow. Not that I don't think she's not capable, because clearly she is, but
we were always under the impression she wasn't really much of a spotlight kind of person, is why it's shocking.
Well, it's a funny thing when somebody assassinates your husband in front of you.
Yeah.
It sort of lights this fire inside of you. And it's not just, the fucking grief. I can see it. It's the anger. It's the rage. It's the I'm gonna fucking get you for what you did to me by doing exactly what my husband did and pissing you off even more. I think she's an amazing woman. Now, look, I wanted to meet Charlie. I wanted to meet him. I wanted to talk to him. I would have loved to discuss scripture with him and just I wanted to meet him. Meeting her would be just as fucking amazing, and that's my new goal. Is I would love to meet this woman just to tell her what an inspiration she is because of how she's able to, just the few times we've seen her hold herself together and stand up and say, I'm gonna continue the fight that my husband was doing. And it's like I said before, watching her give her, addressing everyone after what happened, hearing the blueberry story, hearing all of that. I mean, Jesus, she's just she's an amazing woman. I don't know how she's doing it, and she's just amazing. And even though I'm older than her, I look up to her. She's amazing, and I would just love to meet her.
I would love to meet her as someone who once met her husband. Just to kind of complete that circle.
Well, I think it's a very brave thing for her to do. And it shows that she's not going to be intimidated at all. And that takes just balls of steel. There's no way for me to put it other than that.
And I just wanted to add one more thing. So you and I were actually watching Shoe on Head today.
Yes.
And she did a video about everything.
It was a very good video.
Her closing line actually really kind of impacted me, kind of more than other things. And that was his daughter doesn't have a dad. This little girl, this 3-year-old girl who you could tell was an absolute daddy's girl. That man loved that little, I mean, he loved both of his children, but you could see that that's daddy's little girl right there.
Yeah.
And now she doesn't have a dad because some little fucking faggoty asshole and a group of friends didn't like what he said. And that little asshole decided to kill him, to murder him, to silence his voice because he was doing exactly what the First Amendment allows us to do. And that is to come out and talk and speak and fucking what he was doing. And they killed him for it. And if you are so fucking dumb and naive as to think that they will not do the same thing to you, then you really need another wake-up call to remove the fucking blinders, to see what's really going on in the world, to see how hateful and evil these fucking people are. They want you dead. They want your children dead. They will sit there and say, think about the children, we need gun control, but they were the same fucking people that were joking when those 2 little boys lost their lives at that Catholic school when that sick fuck went in there and slaughtered them while they were praying in mass. They are the same people that will say that that's fucking good and say that we deserve it and say our God isn't there to protect us and all that fucking bullshit. They are the same ones that will sit there and rejoice that a man, a son, a father, a brother, a friend, a whatever was fucking murdered, slain down for just saying something that you didn't like.
These are.
They will do it to you. And they will do it to their own. Because that's what they do.
We can stop
Yes.
them now.
And well,
The ears of people more than ever to stop them.
well, and first off, Maxine, thank you for that rant.
You're welcome.
No, I appreciate it because I feel like I've been screaming this week, and I have literally screamed at some people over this. Particularly, I just want to say too that for the lefties who are crying free speech now because Jimmy Kimmel got shit canned, fuck
Deaf
you.
ears.
If you're all of a sudden now if you're now all of a sudden worried about fascism, if you're all of a sudden now worried that Trump is becoming a fascist because of Charlie Kirk, well, you guys cried fascism for the past decade. You turned us into fascists.
No, the problem is that they're the fascists.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
yeah.
what is a fascist? A fascism is when you silence somebody from speaking their mind because you don't like it, because it goes against what you believe and what you feel, and how dare they need to be silenced. That's what they do. They are constantly trying to shut us up, whether it is by making us too afraid to fucking speak up, whether it is going out and slaying our children, our loved ones, congressmen, anything like that. And mind you, I condone every single act of gun violence. Whether it's
Don't
a politician, I don't condemn any of it. I condone it, whatever the fucking word is.
You're against.
I am fucking against any fucking gun violence against anybody, no matter if it's a Democrat, a Republican, a liberal, a conservative, a child, an adult. It doesn't matter. What's happening is absolutely fucking disgusting. Don't you ever fucking come to me and say, well, what about the kids? I fucking cried for those boys in Minnesota. For 2 days, I sobbed and cried for them. I cried for that young woman on the bus. The other one that I actually didn't know about, the young black woman that was murdered too, cried for her. I cried for every single one of them the same because it is disgusting and it is a terrible fucking loss of life. Human life means something, or at least it used to, until we got to the fucking point in time where people think nothing of slaughtering a baby. You want to sit there and say, what about the children? What about all the fucking thousands, millions of fucking children that you kill every year with abortions? Fuck off with that fucking bullshit. You don't care about fucking kids. You can shove it up your fucking ass. Fuck you.
If I could stand in my wheelchair right now, Max,
Damn it.
I would.
I love you, Sam.
I am. I feel like like I said, I feel like I've been screaming. My point in my original remark of saying, I guess I'm a fascist is clearly I'm not.
Right.
But if the people who are in I'm not gonna call anyone out, but Max, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If people want to call me a fascist for simply saying that the people who are cheering Charlie Kirk's death need to be held accountable, if that is your definition of fascism, then I guess by your weak ass definition of fascism, we're all fascists, but we're not.
Not only that, Sam, by that definition, they've been engaged in fascism against us called cancel culture for about 10 years because that's exactly what they were doing. They were getting people fired from their job for having an opinion on the internet. It's the same thing. So if that's fascism, then they're fascists.
Yeah, it's literally the same thing, except here's the difference. See, what they were doing is cancel culture. Because it's, well, you don't like what I said, so I'm going to get you fired. This is not cancel culture. This is getting canceled for it's fucking consequences for your fucking actions. Because you are literally posting on social media, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's a Twitter, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's just like a text post or you're posting a video, you are literally dancing on this man's grave. You are literally saying some of the most horrific things about a widow who now has to raise 2 little ones on her own. Like, she's not alone. She will have people there for her, but she will not have the father of her children there to help raise them. They will be raised not by their loving father who wanted nothing more than to have that family. They will not be raised by him. They will be raised with stories about him. And having to kind of go through that with my son, of a lot of the stories of my dad, that's how he knows my dad. He does not remember his papa because he was only 4 when he died.
Maybe
bits and pieces, but she's younger than our son was. She is 3. Now I pray that she will have some moments and memories of him. I truly do pray that God will bless her with some of those. Their son will never have that. He's far too young. And that is very sad, but for some reason to me, the daughter is so much more heartbreaking to me because it's like she knew her dad. She had time to get to know Charlie. I mean, you watch the videos of him, oh my God, when he buys her that doll. You got to be a good girl and then he just completely melts and like, all right, I'm going to get it for you. I mean, come on, how do you not and like, here's the other thing. Are we sitting here calling for violence or calling to hurt them? No, we're having prayer vigils. Yes, people are calling employers, especially when they're teachers, and being like, this is not okay. We're doing that. What are they doing? They are literally calling for more death.
Yes.
They are saying go after his widow, his children, his friends. They are saying go after you.
Yep.
I am Charlie Kirk. We are all Charlie Kirk. They are coming after us. Please listen and understand this is true. They want us dead. They want our children dead. They are calling for Charlie Kirk's two small children who are like, what, 3 and 1,
Correct.
to be murdered. But coming from people that think it's perfectly fine to rip a baby out of a woman's room and tear them apart like it's nothing, aren't really going to care or think about that, are they?
Well,
It's like I said to you before. A lot of people are going through a similar emotion to a Rick and Morty quote, actually, of your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Exactly. I saw you said that, and I saw someone else on like a TikTok or on Instagram that said the same thing. Like, why am I gonna fucking give a shit about what you boo about when we see what you're happy about?
Yeah.
You're happy about, you literally talk about what happened in great detail. You send the video to people without any type of warning, hoping that they will see it to scar them. That's a thing that kind of, I'm sorry, I have to say it. That's the thing that kind of pissed me off about Apex the other night, fucking last night, is that people are fucking weaponizing this video and sending it to people and traumatizing people. That is why that's not, don't fucking tell me people need to see it. No, the fuck they don't. They don't. And for you, for people to send it to people to make them watch it, to hurt them, you are fucking sick.
I think obviously he wasn't suggesting to do that.
No, but that's just why it made me so upset, is because people are doing that. So it's like, don't tell people that they have to watch it and need to watch it, because that can make these sick people that are sending it send it to more people.
Well,
I understand that wasn't his message. I know that's not what he was saying.
I think I handled things the best I could by pointing out that he was coming off very arrogant to me, and that's what I said. And that's because he was telling me that how I need to, or I don't understand reality in an appropriate way that he deems fit. And that's, like I said, that is arrogance. And that's the opposite of the mentality I've always brought to the show. And like the idea of meeting people where they're at and stuff. And I understand that maybe it was too heated for him, but, you know, looking back at it, I've watched it since then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I was actually particularly harsh about it.
You weren't.
And it's unfortunate that he's deleted everything.
I've been more harsh on my friend Josh today, who like, honestly, at this point, like, I am seriously considering our friendship at this point, because he's defending Antifa, and I'm not sure if that's a bridge. Honestly, that's a bridge a little too far for me. I'm being completely.
I mean, you might want to tell him, hey, maybe we just shouldn't talk about this if we want to retain a friendship. I don't understand why that has gone away.
Mm-hmm.
You can totally do that, you know.
I've tried to tell him, but I've tried to tell him, but he keeps wanting to be like, well, what about this with the right? And it's like, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, well, that's because you're like, in some degree, it means that it's because he does respect you, that you're somebody on the right he feels he can bring these problems to and try.
Yeah.
I get it, but man, this shit gets a lot toxic a lot of the times because, and that's what I was trying to get at with him. Just because you come to things from a certain angle doesn't mean everybody else sees it the same way, has to see it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I was more than happy with having him have a platform to speak,
right?
Which he did run away from over some very minor pushback. But that's the thing, is like, I'm gonna push back and I'm gonna say, well, not me. What I think is that whatever point he was trying to make was lost in translation, and then he kind of got caught defending something he didn't quite mean.
Well, even with me, like I was saying, like I saw the video. I don't need to watch it again.
Yeah, because he said you need to watch it from every angle, watch the close-ups. You need to watch all of it, or otherwise you're not gonna, like, you don't know reality. Blah 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 blah. And the other problem with me is that you mentioned that, and he just kept saying the same thing over again. You have to, you like, and that's the thing, is that if he had elaborated more on what his point was and what he was trying to say, instead of literally just doubling down and saying the same thing over again instead of like explaining and kind of just being like, you just don't understand. You're just gonna stick your head in the sand. Like, no, dude, that's not how you win a debate.
I want to point out that a listener did talk to me about this specifically, Sam, and their point of view was very objective. Yes, since yesterday, somebody mentioned the incident to me because it's right at the fucking beginning of the show, so it's hard to miss. And what they said was, I was really disappointed that he left. I'm not reading it. I'm from memory because it was earlier today and it's over there. But
Yeah.
he said that he really disappointed that he left because he didn't understand the point he was trying to make, and he actually was enjoying the discourse back and forth. He wasn't sure if he was on my side or Apex's side, but because Apex left, he felt like it was a very disappointing end.
Well, yeah, and I would agree, and I think that's because, I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but if I had to guess from my years of knowing Apex, and I don't even mean this as like a criticism, but sometimes he will become unsure of his own, point, and rather than saying that he's unsure of his point or that he hadn't considered something, he'll just leave. I don't even mean that as like a criticism, more as just like an observation.
Seems like what happened, he didn't leave in an impolite manner, just abruptly. But I did notice that he had today deleted his Twitter account and his Discord. And I mean, if he's doing that because he doesn't want to be online and it's not good for his mental health, then I'm not going to criticize that. But if he's doing that because he felt like the show went badly and he has to disappear, I would urge him, I hope he would listen to not do that.
On a positive note, like, I did not expect to talk about,
because he's still our friend, Sam. I wanted to point that out. There's no,
Yes.
I said it on the show as well. That wasn't a personal.
No.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
very much a philosophical disagreement, and I hope he sees it that way. And if he doesn't, he should know that at least I said that, you know?
No, I still appreciate him and consider him a friend and appreciate that, the years he was on the show. On a more positive note, I got feedback last night from the show from people who
Sick.
because I talked about why I'm not black, why I'm not doom pilled, and
It did give us an opportunity to have that conversation, so it's not a net negative. Absolutely.
right, and like I had never like talked about that before, and it's a darn shame that more wasn't on stream.
Maybe we should put that one together and give him that chance, because I'll tell you, a lot of people don't maybe know how about Mort, but yeah, he is a guy that's goddamn, he's got him shit together more than both of us.
I've always made a point, Max, not to harp on my disability as a crutch in the past, because I feel like sometimes people think that that's what people with disabilities do.
Do you lean on it like a wheelchair, though?
Yeah.
I had to.
No, I mean, look.
That's his fault. I didn't used to take every possible cripple joke, but now I've been working with Sam so long, I can't help it.
Well, look, that's the thing, though, dude, is like, now I'm kind of like, well, shoot, maybe Mort and I do need to be the wheelchair guys that are like, that talk about this stuff, because no one else has, especially since, like, the same as Maxine said, the crazies, they want to kill all of us, the cripples included.
We have talked about some things on the show, like you guys got targeted for literal like harassment because you said I don't vote Democrat and I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It's insane. They didn't even know why you're actually they didn't even know wheelchair. They knew you were disabled in some fashion. And they were like, how dare you not vote Democrat?
Yeah.
What does
Oh,
that say about Democrats? You got to be disabled to vote for them, but not necessarily.
yeah. I mean, disabled people get treated the same way as black people do by the left, which is horrific.
Did you see? I tagged you, and the person called me ableist today, and then I said
I
that accusation. I said that shit's retarded. That accusation makes me crippled.
I did see that. I had to look through I had to look through the thread to see what how the whole thing started, and yeah, it was
It was because I said you have autism, and they responded to me with like 8 different fucking tweets, thus proving my point. Somebody on the internet without autism might make, 1 comment, not 8. They're trying to like ratio me by themselves.
good on them for trying, but
And then they blame the OP. Look, you don't blame Alyssa or any other person. Look, my behavior on Twitter is mine, motherfucker. Just because she liked the tweet doesn't mean that she endorsed it.
Mm-hmm.
He called me
Well-
an edgy twat boy or something. I'm not sure what that means because, like, twat's vagina in America, right? What does that mean in England?
Basically the same thing.
No, because they call. No, I guess it means pussy, but like they mean annoying person. You don't call an annoying person a vagina. You call them a douchebag, the thing you use to clean a vagina. Or a prick, which is a thing that goes in a vagina.
or nah, never mind. I'm not gonna scar
Or
anyone
for Chris
else.
Okay.
Cantwell, an asshole, which is a replacement for a vagina.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm glad you said it and not me.
In England, the vulgar slang term twat primarily has 2 related meanings. First one, a stupid or obnoxious person.
Guilty.
This is its most common figurative use and is directed at someone considered foolish or annoying, regardless of their gender. For example, one might say, "Don't be a complete twat." And of course, the other one is for either the vulva or the vagina.
Okay, so I'm gonna give him that one. I by that definition, I am obnoxious and stupid. Am I edgy though? All I did was make a joke about how being crippled makes me retarded or whatever. They said
Well-
I was ableist. That's way worse than what I said.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, Sam?
Nothing these days, Max.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like more
That
like
means that they didn't install the proper fat guy scooter ramp at the all-you-can-eat buffet, right? That's ableism.
Dude, you know what I'm loving seeing nowadays? Because, like, people love throwing that word around, and a lot of people don't know what the fuck it means, right? If you're fat, like, you fat, and you get told, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but my car is not big enough for your fat ass," but they say it in a very polite way. "I'm sorry, man, but my vehicle cannot accommodate you." That doesn't mean you get to sue them for like discrimination and being ableist, you fat fuck. It's called lose some weight so you got a smaller ass. I'm sick and tired of this fucking fat shaming body positivity fucking bullshit. I'm sick of being shamed because I wanted to lose weight to be healthy. I'm sick and tired of being shamed for the fact that I'm proud that I got down to 206 fucking pounds. I'm proud of my fucking self. So fuck you for trying to make me feel ashamed of myself for wanting to better myself. If I want to, that's fine. You want to gorge yourself and die from shoving that food down your fucking gullet? Go ahead, fine. That's your choice. My choice is to be healthy. You don't get to fucking shame me on it because I don't shame you on your shit. But I sure as hell I'm gonna laugh when you try to sue Uber and you get fucking denied because they're like, "Sorry, you got a fat ass. You can't fit in the car."
Well, yeah, not just that, Maxine. I'm sure you know that like that that some of these fat activists are trying to sue the. They're not just trying to sue one airline; they're trying to sue the entire airline industry because they're getting charged for 2 seats now because
That's
you
how it's
know.
always been.
Well,
I
if,
like if that's how it's always been. As long as I've known, even when I was a child, I remember hearing about the if you're over a certain size or weight or whatever the
it
fuck
didn't
it
used to
is.
be a policy because it didn't used to be so common.
But now it's a
But
policy
since
because it is very
9/11,
common. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Like as far as I know, it's always been like a thing of like bigger people have to buy 2 seats.
I know, but I love that they're trying to not just they're not trying to sue like an individual airline like United or something. No, no, no. They're going after the entire airline industry, and it's like
Because that's gonna work.
it's like okay, good, like fucking 9/11.
think about how much money, time, and effort they spend to not have to lose weight or not get made fun of sometimes. It's just like Chris Cantwell. But anyway, we've been on for 5 fucking hours, and 4 something of it was gay pornography, basically, because of Christopher Cantwell. So, we all learned some amazing things tonight. This was an awful stream. I hate that we did it. I'm sorry to have inflicted it upon the world.
Well, hold on though. I also learned one more thing, which is that Maxine has righteous indignation, and I would not want to mess with her.
I know. You see how stupid I am, because I mess with her all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for sitting through this. It was an endurance test,
Before
Sam.
you go, I do want to end on like a little happy thing with me.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, yeah, I actually am like Sam, trying to follow in his footsteps. Actively and actually doing really good at writing my own like story, trying to put out like a novella type thing. But I also have a few other projects in the works that I can't really talk about just yet. But there's gonna be some interesting projects coming for me in the future.
Yeah. And we'll still be doing some VR streams too. One cool thing is the Meta Horizon Worlds is completely updated now. They allow for more people, they run faster, they look better. That was what the only VR thing they announced at their VR conference, besides the glasses stuff. Although those Meta Oakley, or no, not the Meta Oakleys, the Ray-Ban 2s look pretty slick. I'm not gonna lie, they can do some cool stuff. But that's neither here nor there, and we've all learned stuff. It's late at night. Sam was with us like a champ for this.
Yeah, so glad you were here and that you helped me read that fucking fan fiction, dude.
And
Yeah.
Chris Cantwell's probably going to end up in prison, and that's, going to be like Disneyland for him. So
Pray for his gonorrhea.
yeah, pray for his preparation for his AIDS and all that. And we'll see you next time in the Cringe Coffee House when something horrific occurs. Bye.
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 I don't have that little clip up, so we're just going to